aphorism that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. But Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel that was completely devastated by Sanherib. Here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show their obedience. Just to give you a sense of what it must have been like to be conquered by Sanherib. Judah prepares for the onslaught under King Hezekiah, by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Hezekiah made a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century. The tunnel that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in these terrible sieges that would occur. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sanherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sanherib, paying tribute, taxes, humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between years 701 and 586, when the Babylonians would destroy it. This is a golden age for prophecy, and there's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time and whose sayings and teachings are recorded in the Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, who is shown here in and this is kind of like an interesting dynamic that happens with the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to the king and appear to be somehow associated with the court of kings that put them on the straight and narrow. And others seem to be like just popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoing and of their need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the allusion to much larger groups have no name whatsoever. Prophets seem to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that was very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is among the most famous. Also note in the painting that he's holding open a codex, an early book. Highly unlikely to have a book in this form, more likely to be a scroll, but also unlikely that the author's attempts to perhaps draw Paleo-Hebrew characters, that is the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have from this period. It's actually gibberish. Those are not letters at all. Other artists, such as Raphael Shapir, portrayed Isaiah more accurately in terms of Hebrew literacy. This particular painting, which has Greek on the top and a very chronological kind of reference, and some carefully placed little white blocks with titles in them. And he's holding up a scroll which actually has, in Hebrew, a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the space between the words are not well defined, and look at the first word there, it says open, but the final letter is written just a little bit wrong. It looks a little bit like a resh, which is a nonsense word, but nevertheless, these are much greater attempts. I'm quite fascinated with who exactly wrote this. Was it someone imitating the Hebrew script? Was it someone who was personally knowledgeable, a scribe? I don't know. But at any rate, there are more attempts to make a more greater fidelity. Also, prophets like Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we're describing today, and kind of like alternating between the kings broader population, not an especially well liked man because these prophets are bringing along messages of doom and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols, and quite a bit of idolatry going on in Israel at the time, with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was witness to Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss in the next video. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical text with phenomenal power and resonance. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down in this period. That is, let's say, the 8th century, 7th century before the Common Era, the early 6th century, but they were memorized, later actually codified into the texts we have in the later Persian period that we've got a while, by the students and the schools of the prophets as they strove to solidify the of their predecessors. Especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with historical political elements. And many recent readers have suggested that perhaps they were kind of composed like greatest hits of Jeremiah, rather than composing them in chronological sequence to fit with the national political issues of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life in a biographic form, which is absolutely fascinating. Um, it is also worthy of note that the prophets in Judah played a national role in the sense that they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time, they're very much focused on the ground basic morality and conduct, and wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful reading for the contemporary era, had a phenomenal impact on the development of thought over the millennia. One of the persons who was most deeply affected, perhaps, is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, or in Hebrew, Yoshiyahu. A fascinating backstory. Um, kind of secluded as a child, became king at a very young age, very sincere kind of individual. And at one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, which is kind of strange, given like what was it doing until now. Others say it was just the fifth book of Deuteronomy, which is Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo, baby. Welcome. How are you? Good to see you. Also called Mission Mission Right. But Josiah says, okay, let's hear what does the book say? And the book is opened, according to Lineage, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the Torah, the Tochacha, which describes how Jews will be punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they have strayed from the teachings of the Torah, he tears his mourning, right? This is a basic mourning ritual, and he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight. narrow. This is also something we see in the biblical text that, especially in the book of Kings, the book of Chronicles, there's like sort of like uh, an epitaph for every king. This was a good king. He did what God wanted. This was a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Josiah was really one of the good ones, bringing the Jews back towards the old-time faith of Judaism as well. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in these battles. Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period that I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a fairly standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews. And I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists who basically take the Bible exactly at its word for specific historic events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, meaning it strives to describe in factual terms that we understand today rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider the chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists say, hey, the archaeological record is so thick. How can you even assume that any of this happened? We saw earlier that the golden era of the United Monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon leaves hardly a trace in the archaeological record. You have the Taldan series years later, you have the House of David, but what exactly was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before Romanites in the 9th century basically fiction. And it's a kind of, in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual to say that simply because they have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematically conservative position. It's an overreach and denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this now is because occasionally archaeologists discover a tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea that, oh my gosh, this happened. This is real. And every single discovery makes a huge difference. Have a look at this one. This is fantastic. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem, or a former parking lot in Jerusalem. If you can imagine, in the Holy City, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological work going on. And the parking lot was discovered to actually this Lola, which is essentially a kind of a stamp that would be used on clay. It belongs to Natan Melech, servant of the king. Very interesting. If you look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11, the king Yoshiyahu had a servant named once in the Bible, named Natan Melech. So it's exactly the right name, found in exactly the right place, and helps us confirm the validity of the Bible as a historical source. Fascinating. I love when we find things like this. At any rate, the story will not end well in this lecture because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Assyria, and they are going to invade as well. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the Common Era, and that's when we have the next great exile of the Jews, this time primarily from Judah to Babylon, and that's where we'll pick up the story in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. The Babylonian exile would be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, "By the rivers of Babylon," which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced by their Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch, and everyone is very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness, frustration, and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see an arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence. But there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the Common Era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is progressively exiling the leadership of the region, although still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indications that, as we saw earlier with Pharaoh's exiles, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potentially military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new populations in their place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 587 and will culminate in the destruction of the temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. It's usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche, it is huge. There's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer on the date of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, this 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews even to this day, with limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're discussing, and this entire period from Solomon's creation of the temple, which would have been in the 10th century up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as First Temple period. The Second Temple would refer to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in a couple of videos. At any rate, one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that this individual, Gedaliah ben Achikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolt. But he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who were more hot-headed and wanted to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked on the third day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in nearby Mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew. Gedalia is over the house. It seems to apply that Gedalia is in charge of this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedalia ben Achikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. But when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, less than 13,000 Jews were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from 586 till 539 before the Common Era, although, as we will discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who actually was active in the region, and according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding area. You'll notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen based on the names of certain kings and things like that. But it is set between the two temple periods, and all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what we know about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. The Jews living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language that they commonly use, and ultimately Aramaic would displace Hebrew as the living language of the Jews, and indeed of the entire Near East at this point. This is a language that would last over 1,000 years. It is spoken even today in parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions of Aramaic that maybe we'll discuss in a later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned, but it increasingly became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street. The Jews also adopted the Babylonian calendar, specifically the names of the months, Tishrei and Tammuz and so on. The Hebrew names for the months are simply numbers. The first month, which would be Nisan and spring, the second month, and so on. And so the Babylonian custom of naming these lunar months was applied to the Jewish calendar. It wasn't an exact fit because the Jewish calendar has a leap month on a somewhat irregular appearing schedule. And so there are 12 months, but there is one of those months, the month of Adar, which occurs in early spring, which may be doubled. So you'll have an Adar Rishon, an Adar 1, and then an Adar Sheni, second Adar. Otherwise, they adopted the Babylonian lunar calendar names for each of the months. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the Persian period, which will follow in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. Let us now turn to the Persian period, which basically covers the period between the Persian conquest of Israel towards the end of the 6th century, taking over from the Babylonians, until the Greeks under Alexander conquered the area about 200 years later. The background to the Persian conquest of Israel is within Babylonia. You recall that Nebuchadnezzar invaded and destroyed Jerusalem in 586, and the situation for the Jews in remaining in the region, although a certain proportion portion of them were exiled to Babylonia, the situation for the Jews remaining was definitely poor. This was especially so under the reign of Nabonidus, who was the king of Babylon, also known as King of the Universe. I find that title rather amusing. And he reigned from the years 556 to 539 before the Common Era. He was an extremely pious sun worshiper. And as you can see in this particular stele, he's shown worshiping various planets there. And he actually was, a bit of a zealot. And he wanted to try and impose this kind of worship throughout his entire empire. He was known as the proponent of the cult of sin. I also think that's a rather ironic term, although I imagine sin is a translation of something else, although it's funny in English. But at any rate, he was much more, he was saying Hebrew makbid, he was much more insistent on promoting his religious view throughout the Babylonian Empire, and that turned out to be a disastrous phenomenon because the Persians could then adopt the opposite, much more tolerant worldview and receive a lot more support as a result. One more note about Nabonidus, who actually uh, vacated from the central capital for a decade, leaving his son Belshazzar in charge. And this is a scene from Rembrandt's famous painting Belshazzar's Feast, which is featured in the Book of Daniel. The chronology of the Book of Daniel and the chronology of the Book of Esther are within this period, but somehow difficult to tease out. But at any rate, this famous scene shows Nabonidus' son, who is the regent, who is technically in charge of the country at this time, receive some kind of divine visitation, which then writes some Hebrew letters on the wall. This is where we get the English expression, the writing on the wall. It's a kind of an acrostic puzzle, which is fairly faithfully represented here by Rembrandt's hand. His well-known association with the Jews of Poland was definitely something that stood him in good stead when he painted these biblical passages. But basically, the message was that you are doomed. Your empire is going to be taken over by a foreign power, and in fact, that is what would happen. The Persian Empire would swallow up the Babylonian Empire, and that would include, of course, not only Israel but even Egypt and Libya, North Africa. This map shows you the extent of the Persian Empire under Darius I, or Yavish in Hebrew, and there's actually some numbers attached to the specific names because of a famous verse at the beginning of the Book of Esther, which describes 127 provinces, and that is the distribution of the provinces in the Persian Empire. The one that's especially important to us is within this region called Beyond the River, which is beyond the Euphrates River, of course. You'll recall way back we talked about the word Ivri, meaning from the other side of the river. That's the name that was used for the Jews when they were in Israel because they came from the Euphrates River. In this context, beyond the river means from the perspective of the capital, way to the east. This is beyond the river. At any rate, beyond the river, 5 provinces here, and one that's especially important is the province of.
What's up? How are you? Excellent. I saw you called. What's up? Excellent. Are you 18? Are you 18? That's that, that's okay. I understand. Just so you know, I generally just communicate with people who are 18. Not that I don't appreciate people who are younger. It's just that's how I choose. So when you're 18, I'd love to have as many discussions as possible with you, but not until then. I appreciate it though. Take care, Rob.
obviously related to Judah, and this is the Aramaic term used by the Persians to describe the central region of the Old Kingdom of Judea. Notice that Samaria is a distinct population, many Jews living there as well. Also Samaritans who are in conflict quite frequently with the local population. But to the south, you see Idumea, very important development there. The nearby Edomites took advantage of some of the power vacuum to expand their hold over this province during this period. It even included Hebron, which was, a very, very important city in Jewish history. It's the burial place of Sarah, for example, and Abraham, and the Maras and Bela in the center of Hebron. But it was actually under Idumean control, non-Jewish control. We will see how later the Maccabees, the dynasty of the Maccabees, the Hashmonaim, would eventually expand into Idumea as well, with disastrous conflict. But at any rate, here's Yehud, and this is technically part of the Persian Empire. At this point, we're talking about the later third, the last third of the 6th century.
Hey,
Now, as
how
I
are you?
mentioned earlier, one of the
Welcome, Ava. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to have you here. How are you today? You can speak. Feel free to unmute your mic. If you just want to listen, feel free. We're just listening to history lectures.
policy that was advanced by the on Darius in particular was the opposite of the late Babylonian policy of religious intolerance. Rather, Cyrus promised all the denizens of his vast regime that they could worship as they pleased. This is recorded in a lot of documents like the Cyrus cylinder, and a version of this tolerance of faith is expressed in the Hebrew Bible. In the book of Ezra, which describes Cyrus' essential blessing to the Jews to return to Jerusalem, to rebuild their destroyed temple, and to resume their worship there. Out of gratitude, by the way, the Jews instituted a daily worship, a daily service, a sacrifice on behalf of the emperor, which has retained its presence in the modern day liturgy in terms of the little paragraph that's inserted on the Sabbath prayers that is a public blessing for the government, meaning for the diasporic rulers in which Jews find themselves. At any rate, the Jews are very happy to return to Jerusalem, at least some of them, and to rebuild the temple as a result of Cyrus's tolerant approach. The two major figures who really stand out as society builders at this time are Ezra and Nehemiah, both of whom have books in the Tanakh which are named after them. There's a lot of really interesting scholarship on the relationship between these two books and the relationship between these two people, which will take us too far afield of where I want to go. But so let's just deal with them as one unit for the time being. The books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which are quite unusual stylistically as well in Tanakh. They are much more like first-person memoirs in the way they read. They describe how Ezra and Nehemiah came to Israel in the 5th and the 6th centuries in order to try and restore Jewish society there. There were two major priorities. The first was, of course, the rebuilding of the temple, the reconstruction of it physically, and the reinstitution of the daily worship that went on there. Also related to that was a concerted effort to consolidate the modality of worship. So much so that all heterogeneous types of worship were strictly banned, and some scholars say that the Persian period is especially important in defining the future trajectory of Judaism as a whole, because under Ezra and Nehemiah, the Jews really rejected a lot of foreign worship, and they concentrated on a particular way of understanding the Torah as a whole, a lots more to say here, but once again, very briefly, it is important to note that, as the sages say, if there is no flour, there is no Torah, meaning there has to be some financial support to allow this to happen. The Persian royal treasury underwrote much of this activity, underwrote the reconstruction of the temple, provided tax exemptions to all the functionaries in the temple, the Levites in particular, which gave them a huge advantage in terms of their social status and their personal wealth. So there was like a real support for the effort of building the temple that came straight from the Persian Empire, at least towards the beginning of the period. Just to show you some interesting coinage from the period, this is a ma'ah. Those of you who study the Talmud will see this term comes up with some frequency. And on the right, in Paleo Hebrew, is the term Yehud, which means, of course, the province. This is a very early coin from the 6th century before the Common Era. You can see on the right there is an eagle there, which has links to Persia. And on the left is, I've seen it described as a lily, which is interesting, but to my mind does not have a huge connection with Jewish thought. I believe this is rather a representation of a lulav, the palm tree, which has huge significance. We may come back to this later, especially when I learn a little bit more about coinage, and maybe I correct myself. But for the time being, here's one coin from Yehud, and here's another one dated from the 4th century. I think this one's just fascinating. This one has a direct facial representation, rather arresting, startling facial representation of Yechezkel, the governor. But as the medieval commentator Rashi says, Kol haskalos kashos, all beginnings are difficult. And so the return to Israel was marked with some very, very difficult issues right at the very beginning. The first is, for example, there was relatively limited enthusiasm for the return to Zion under Ezra. In fact, when you look at the numbers listed, it's less than 50,000 people returned. Hard to estimate an exact percentage, but it's clearly a fraction of all the Jews who were living in Babylonia by this time. Now, to be fair, the Babylonian exile is already, it's been there for several decades, and they're well established. We have some archival evidence from some family records that suggest that Jews were involved in a whole series of types of economic activities at this time, and it's hard to simply uproot and move to a place that is it has been destroyed several decades earlier. Why would you want to do that? My family all comes to Lithuania, but I am not, burning with desire to move back there. I would like to move back to Canada. I really enjoyed growing up in Canada, but to go back to my grandparents, actually my great grandparents' homeland, I don't have the same kind of enthusiasm for it, and so I can understand the thinking of the Babylonian Jews. Also very serious, especially in Yehud itself, was that Ezra and Nehemiah mounted some social legislation that was intended to, in particular, curb the widespread intermarriage that was taking place. They felt that the intermarriage with local populations, non-Jewish wives in particular, would dilute the social glue that held the Jews together, and so they wasted no effort on a very controversial policy of banning intermarriage altogether. Ezra is associated in the Talmud with a whole series of takanot, of decrees that are aimed to try and improve Jewish family life as a whole. Intermarriage is kind of like the other side of the coin in that regard. So this period basically extends for about 200 years until Alexander the Great will invade the region, and this will mark a phenomenal impact on Jewish history because he will bring with him a series of ideas which we collectively call Hellenism that will have a major impact on Jewish history. Okay, let's return to that in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. The period we're going to begin describing right now is an extremely important period in the history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still reeling from the encounter between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. It stands for monotheism, stands for the world of the prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tempting, so much powerful information in Athens that this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical might, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risked losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using the shorthand of Athens because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander's person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related to the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when their cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness, and in fact, Alexander is a very old Jewish name as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, not Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Allah Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is the period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in a rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem, Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth, in the rabbinic sort of like map of the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. Hence we get the term, by the way, Semite, for example, from Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are congruent with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems really congruent. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle philosopher, the philosopher. And it said that Rabbeinu Yonah, a very important medieval thinker, said that Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving Ruach HaKodesh, the divine inspiration that's associated with prophets. So there's no question there's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really for much of the ancient and the medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractate Pesachim in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left, well, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on them. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges to eat. This is a room called the triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men. It was also called an andron, a men's room, literally, because typically men who would eat here, women would eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people. And their model of free people's eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. Even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names. There's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, so-called Antigonus, clearly. There's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. Their tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and so on, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentation, quite often against the wishes of the rabbis. We shall see later. The theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways, but that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater in general. Here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea that was later on by Herod, not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans, in many ways, followed a lot of Greek culture as well, and Jews were frequently in the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, Sanhedrin being the great court of the Jews, and the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number, in this case here is 72, men to judge cases of Jewish law, but the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just a few examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This was what was going to become a kulturkampf, a culture struggle, but in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were, grabbing onto it with both hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily the period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, which was the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. That was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of cross-fertilization of culture and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a Gedunk experiment for a second. So let's say you have a chicken soup, and it's delicious. It's aromatic and flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition, and but it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it is so hot. So you put an ice cube in there, you put a little bit of water in there, and you wait a little bit. Oh, it's still delicious. But the fact is, it's still too hot, and you really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put in some more ice, a little bit more water, and at a certain point, and no one knows exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chicken water. And this is precisely the problem of the Hellenistic era for the Jews. This was a moment where Greek culture was so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identity, their own value. There would be a reaction to that period of Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. That's basically when the more traditional elements of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it that you are sacrificing core values in Judaism. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to kind of set the scene of the very powerful and tempting culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem in the 4th century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for watching. Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. And there was a miracle with oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean revolt that we tend to get in, after school classes in Talmud Torah or on Sunday mornings and things like that. But when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is the result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided among his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria, but they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders, in particular, were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they've cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different And in fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in a previous lecture. You can look at that if you want. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You have your God, I have my God, or you more appropriately, you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like, hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasty to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with it? But there was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Jews have looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, too much. You can't take us in this direction. It was a urban-rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tending to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Chonia, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt. The roots of the revolt were really the Jews themselves. Those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict, with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops, simply could not be engaged in a straightforward, middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matityahu with his several sons demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the Judean mountain. And from there, they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and, more significantly, on Jews who supported them. Tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabee proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emea, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabee. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire division was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elements, absolutely terrifying creatures. Imagine what it must have been like that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Elazar and crushed him. This particular instance, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this, in fact, the 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse, maybe, and we've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse, and the artist, obviously, in this example, could not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he was on top and striking it from above. Here is one that makes a horse look something like sort of a happy Doberman pinscher of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabrum. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, or something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. A baraita or baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and it's an oral tradition is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Rothschild. It's difficult to date the baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fasting per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of killing lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Hanukkah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. The Yehuda Maccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. The book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's go. Let's have a do-over. Uh, I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost. There's no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so they actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimos, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be one conflict afterwards. But we have this deep idea in Jewish tradition that Ein Mekra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence. All these things are somehow connected. Made explicit by the Greek thinker Rabbi Rothschild, for example. You'll note in the liturgy, which definitely is quite ancient regarding Hanukkah, when it says, Vayamim hahem bazman hazeh, in those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a gyre, like a spiral, like some kind of coil, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. It's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilation. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabee and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fitting in, like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I wish you a Lichtig and Hanukkah. We found this lecture useful. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, it'll be a very short mini video, to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming video. Basically, basically the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the mid 160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continue, particularly through the line of Mariam, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod. But the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the first century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era, and bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We spent a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right, in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant expansion to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend, and the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion, and as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomtzina Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis, the sages, who again we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin which is actually in my possession. This is a pruta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples all on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within the Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today, and things like that. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomzion HaMalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome. But beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomzion HaMalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name Shlomzion means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlomzion HaMalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult, and so on. So Shlomzion HaMalka, in many ways, actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel. But with the death of Shlomzion HaMalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue. The dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise, tremendous expansion, and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees. And we'll have to continue with the discussion of the internal religious development in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political and military and to a certain degree social history of the era of the Hashmonaim, and I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the years 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a little while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until year 70 of the Common Era, which is the date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. We're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends. And
how's your day going? How's your day going?
What about yourself?
Living the dream, my friend. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Your man, if I, oh, it's no favor. We spoke yesterday. How was work yesterday?
Hold up, I need to wait. Let me finish.
You do you, baby. This is your world. We just live in it.
It was fun.
Excellent. What'd you do? You hollered any hotties? Yeah, you did. You know you did. You dirty dog. You know you were sending eyes at some bitches.
I mean, there's some fine shit that came in.
Amazing. That's a great job, dude. I love baristas. And believe it or not, I've spoken at length about baristas on this 3-year stream and how when this goes viral, there are some people who we are really going to help. Baristas are people, servers are people, where we'll just have programs where we just, guess what? You don't have to work anymore. You're done. And we're just going to take care of people. Like, basically, it's a lot of what Mr. Beast does, but I'm going to do it for the common people. Oh, how sweet are you? You're so sweet. Well, you're not going to have to work too much longer, I don't think. And let me say why. I think that I'm going to go viral soon. I mean, I say that, but like, of anybody who's bound to go viral, I am, because I'm just everywhere. It just takes one person to be like, wait a second, you're in 12 different Discords right now, and they're all the biggest streamers, and you have your camera on. How did you get camera permissions and all this stuff, and you're just living your life? All right, this is wild. If anything, I have to tell my friends about it because we need to make fun of you. Okay, cool, go for it. I've been on the internet live 24/7 for 3 years. I've heard everything on the internet. This is the central core of the internet. So say whatever you want. Call me any of the words that there are. Make fun of me in any different way. Of anybody's skin thick, it's mine. And so I'm willing to take it. I can tell you.
I don't think anybody's really like.
You're Absolutely. I have many different reasons that I'm going to go viral. Here's number one. This is the most amount of data in global history. Here's number two. Data is number one resource on Earth. Here's number three. We've never had an individual with so much social media. 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 300 Twitch accounts. We have 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. I mean, just like, stop. Give me a second to watch some of this shit. Okay, I get it. You're different. And then moving into the topics we discussed, art. is so critical to this. We've watched every major movie, every major audiobook, every major music album. I mean, you can look in here. I have 50 different genres of music. Very few people have that many genres of music that are of interest to them. If you click on any of the videos below in the chat, there's like a write up on all of the information regarding like the history of the genre, who the greatest 100 greatest genres of people in that genre are, et cetera, et cetera. Like I do my best to absolutely be as well rounded of an individual as I can be, and my stream is very well rounded. So it's really random. You never know what you're going to get, which is really cool with it. And the overall message is world peace. And for those people out there, because I do get some detractors who say either we're never going to have world peace or I don't want world peace. Well, let me say this. Even this week, I had somebody come in. They're like, I want more. I don't want world peace. And at the end of our conversation, they, you know what, Rabbi? I do want world peace. You convinced me. And that's great. And so for those people who essentially want world peace, great. We have allies. For those who want war, it's essentially this. Eventually, the world is going to need peace to get off world, to do space tourism, to do interstellar travel, to do terraforming of planets. We eventually need to come together. So it's just a matter of time. So you can either keep creating bombs that don't do anything but hurt people, or create robotics, create space uh, vessels, create a space elevator, create a space slingshot. I mean, create perhaps yeah. So let's talk about that kind of stuff because I'm just a
I'm not trying to get thrown into space.
no, 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 no. It's for cargo, so you can throw stuff out there, and then you don't need rockets all the time. So just one moment, and let's learn about it. It has a really great Wikipedia page, and space slingshot. Now,
So if something's 500, right, how big of a slingshot do you
we'll get all that information. We're gonna find out the exact answers for you in just a moment. Okay, a space slingshot, also known as gravity assist or gravitational slingshot maneuver, is a technique used in spaceflight to change the trajectory and speed of a spacecraft by exploiting it to the gravitational pull of a celestial body, such as a planet or moon. When a spacecraft flies close to a planet or moon, the gravitational force of the body accelerates the craft, altering its velocity and direction. The spacecraft's velocity is increased or decreased depending on whether it is approaching or receding from the celestial body. Now, this kind of space slingshot is a little different. This is what was allegedly done during Apollo. That I don't want to get into that right now. Um, we're talking. It's an actual space slingshot. It's like an elevator, like a space.
Okay, so what does a space
Uh, basically, or cargo. So basically, you've got the Earth like this, and if you put essentially a tether or a rope far enough into space, it will just stay in orbit and keep going around the Earth as the Earth rotates. So basically, it's like a line that goes straight up into the sky and just stays there. And you're able to, just like an elevator, put stuff or take people up to low Earth orbit using a space elevator.
but what about satellites?
So satellites are higher. And you can also use geofencing so that none of the satellites perhaps come within this area. And if they do, you have countermeasures, something that can eliminate them, essentially space drones. So a space drone could come out and stop any satellite that's necessary. But one of the things we talk about on this stream is making sure all of the uh, satellites that we have out there are accounted for because as of right now they're not. It's basically there's a lot of space out there, no pun intended, but there are some satellites from the 1970s, the 1950s that are just kind of staying out there, or we may not always have that good of uh, a system that knows where absolutely everyone is and what it's doing. And in this case, if we have a space elevator, is there some kind of system to be able to protect it? So this is known as gravity assist via elevator. While space elevator and space slingshot share some commonalities, They are distinct concepts with different purposes and mechanics. Similarity: the gravitational manipulation. Both the space elevator and space slingshot utilize gravity to change the trajectory and velocity of objects in space. I mean, here's the thing that I can do to just show you the best way. Here's what a space, I just saw one the other day. Space elevator looks like. And so you'd be like, oh, now I see it. So I could talk about it all day, or I could just give you the information you need as soon as possible. Yeah, let me see a picture of it. No, I'm not going to show you a picture. I'm going to show you a GIF. It's even better. So you're going to see a video of it. Okay. All right. I have to leave like 20 seconds. I'm going to get. You're good. Okay. I just saw this the other day. Relevance? No, I want by new. You wanna say hi? Yeah, I'd love to. Hello. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, what I've been doing is documenting every aspect of life: sleep, eat, behavior, every aspect of a human. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. The things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about life extension technology. I think you're going to live perhaps a very long life, and perhaps I don't think you're going to die, and let me explain. You are of an age and you're going to be of a certain wealth class, cryptocurrency, and really just being associated with influencers, you're going to be able to write your own way. Essentially, you're going to be able to afford stem cells and human growth hormone and nootropics and cold shock therapies and all these other things that prolong your life, ambrosia therapy, all kinds of things. You're going to be able to live past age 80, past age 100, 120 perhaps, which is really exciting. But then your body's going to break down eventually. So what does that mean? Well, you may be able to scan your brain in the future, known as a process known as mind uploading technology, where we essentially know where every atom is in your central nervous system, and we store that information on a computer for later download into an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. But basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that I don't think you're going to die. It's a really exciting opportunity. And one final thing, because I know you got Wingstop, and I'll find that gif of um, the space elevator in just a moment. You should know that there's another type of technology known as revivification technology. Okay, so here it is. I found it. Okay, just a moment. So it's going to be hard for you to see. Let me start it over. Let me explain what you're looking at. This is actually a ride at Epcot Center right now. So it's like you're going to be moving up from Florida. Okay, so you're getting into the thing, and so you're looking down at the Earth, and it's going to be like flying up in the air, and but basically it's excellent. It's flying in the air, and you can see the Earth below, and you'll see Florida below, and it's just moving away from the Earth, and see, what we want to do is stop using rockets to get to space because it's very wasteful. We want a very efficient way to do it. So an efficient way is a space elevator. Basically, something that is in Earth orbit, geostationary orbit is what it's called, and it's like a big metal string that goes into the air. That's how it works. You enjoy your Wingstop. Hey, pleasure to meet you. Take care. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Hey, pleasure to meet you. You take care. If there's anything I can ever do for you or your brother, you let me know, okay? All right, so I'm gonna catch you. Excellent. Sounds like a plan. Excellent. Enjoy your meal. Take care. Pleasure to meet you. Have a There he is. How you living? Good to see you, Jacob. What's good?
I'm doing fairly well, man.
How's your mouth?
Every single day. How about you?
I'm well, thank God. How's your mouth?
Definitely getting better, man. I got now and shit, and my acid and shit. Good.
It's amazing.
And as much as my insurance paid, it caps off, so I have to wait until January to get the rest of my teeth fixed, which is, I mean, fine with me. I've been dealing with this shit for like 3 years, so.
Exactly. Yeah, just so long as it's gonna get done. Well, that's great. Excellent. What,
Yeah.
what's to do with you?
Other than that, we got our fucking, let's say, like a dresser for my sister. She bought it off the internet. And I hate doing that shit.
You hate what? Buying stuff on the internet?
No, putting it
Oh,
off the
I
internet
apologize.
for
I now I understand. You have to put it together. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, a bunch of million.
like ego and then
Yeah,
all kinds
exactly,
of weird fucking shit.
exactly, and little diagrams and such.
Yeah, and they're usually trying to use
Yeah. Well, did you get it put together?
about 75%. Taking a long break, I guess.
Oh, I understand very well. All right.
Thought I'd come in and say,
Well, I appreciate it. I always say hi to you when you say hi. You may notice we had at least a few other chatters in. I got a really good strategy. I'm gonna go viral. I don't know when. I'm a little disappointed because I was supposed to have an interview. Someone was supposed to interview me, a pretty big streamer, and they were gonna interview me at like 11:30 my time, and then they didn't. And so I checked in with the person who's on their team who set it up, and they said that they get back to me for rescheduling. That's okay. No big deal. That happens, especially in the creator world. So, then what am I doing? I got a really good idea. And I mean,
maybe something.
shit happens. Yeah, I understand. And I've got a really, really good idea. Um, here's here's what here's what it is. So obviously you know what Discord is, and I'm live right now, not just in this Discord on two different streams, but I'm live on 12 other Discords in live with the camera on. So there's just like a bunch of different cameras looking at me like I'm a portal. I'm the center of the I'm the center of the internet basically. Like all of these different Discords are just looking at me and people chat and they're like, what are you doing and all this other stuff, and I just make them aware of what I'm doing and that I'm just streaming my life for world peace. I'm just streaming my life for world peace. So then they make up things. If here's the thing, if somebody doesn't like what you do, they will invent a phrase to stop it. So they call it.
I've got the same problem with people who I type in their live. They'll purposely read the text that I sent them just so they can be comical and try to make fun of me. Oh, fuck you too.
I
It's
understand
kind of
that.
the same concept.
I understand that. Well, what I'll do is just go into someone's Discord into their VC and just turn on my camera and turn off the sound and the microphone, and I'll just stream my life. Basically, you have a view into my world. And if you want to watch it, that's fine. If you don't want to watch it, Discord has the setting that you can just turn off video and you'll never have to see me. So, I,
Well, you can give a chance to talk with you.
well, I, do,
It's a little
I
awkward.
don't,
Watch you.
I don't,
Interact with
I
you.
don't. I don't give people a chance to talk to me there. And here's why. You're not allowed to promote your own server. So what I do is um I just am in the call and then people click on my profile and they come to my Discord organically. And then they're like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" And then I'm like, then I get to tell them my spiel. But essentially aside from that, uh I I don't talk in the calls. I don't want to talk on the calls. And do you know who I Show Speed is? Okay, he's a pretty big YouTuber, and so I just recently got into his Discord. So for a lot of these Discords, you have to really interact a lot in order to be able to show your camera, or you have to pay. I don't have the money to pay for random Discords, so I have to do it the hard way, which is by a lot of interaction. Here's the thing though, I hate everyone on Discord basically. Not everyone, but a lot of people. Not, I shouldn't say that, but um, I can't. Yeah, sometimes people just want to pick fights or whatever. And when I'm saying that you have to chat like 24 hours, like literally do nothing but chat for 24 hours straight in order to get your VC, in order to be able to cam. And if you're like a 19-year-old kid and you're just like doing whatever, and you chat a lot, then that's cool. But if you're going to be in the thing for like months, I don't want to be in it for months. I want to be able to chat or stream as soon as possible. And so, what have I done? I've created robots that basically spam the chat with emojis just like once every 2 minutes. And I have them like change up the emojis. And that gives me enough experience points to just be able to stream. So I'm live on a bunch of different major streams, including I'm just like I would say of the Discords are really hard to find. There's no like really great list of like what the best Discords are. Um, Even Discord doesn't publish it well, but I can tell you I'm in 12 really popular Discords where at least there's somebody watching me from somewhere in the world, which is exactly what I want. Somebody to be like, huh, what the fuck is this? And then they just start watching me while they're doing something else on the internet. And I use the mere exposure effect to eventually uh, have them find out, like, well, essentially, they are exposed to me enough that they become familiar and they start checking out my stuff. So you'll enjoy this. We've been watching, I don't know if you know who he is, Professor Dr. Henry Abramson from Touro University. His his history lecture. Oh, yeah, he's phenomenal. So feel free to listen and check him out. I I think he's a wonderful resource that's available to the world.
Intellectual time. This is rush next lecture, and not a lecture after. So let's think a little bit though about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to godly intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're moving into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation. And this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first five books of Moses. And now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which then they distribute as instructions to people or as rebuke. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing text that's canonized. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class. Different group of people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration, as the prophets were, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on text. Now, a lot to say here, a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that's in Shia Cohen's wonderful work from the Maccabees Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asked a great question there of what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal aspirational set of beliefs and in particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not it is connected to this aspirational ideal? Former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian. And we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves and, in particular, how the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people. And on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So, one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Haggadah, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset in modern Israeli pronunciation is, of course, the prime deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution, had 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named back to some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, the Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's referenced right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. The Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region, but it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Hashmonaim, although that would make the Talmudic reading problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Haggadah was apparently high-level rabbis. We shall see exactly what that title means. And also some of the latest prophets were included in there. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in this body, this deliberative body that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? But for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term rav, which means great or large. In a sense, you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. In Israel, the term used in late antiquity was Rebbe, that's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to my teacher. That's more colloquial and more accurate in that regard, but it's not exactly what the term means literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. The term rabbi, that pronunciation is actually kind of nonsensical in Hebrew. You don't actually have that word pronounced that way in Hebrew. This is not a king. This is not a priest. This is not a king. This is not a priest. This is someone new. This is like an expert information worker, the class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular, last century before the Common Era and the first century of the Common Era. That's the golden age of the rabbis. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writings. We'll talk about two major sections of them in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. One of the things that you see happening in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing history backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, certainly of, let's say, late antiquity, late first century, early second century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary text that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have text from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something 500 years earlier. But that, of course, is from a historical point of view, not as ideal as the contemporary period. By the time we get to, though, that weird year zero, there was no year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we'll have lots of interesting texts that are written from outside the rabbinic perspective that also give us some great ideas as to what it was like socially. But for now, we have to kind of work with the text that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolds. Here's a beautiful image from Jean Fouquet, the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It apparently looked nothing like this. What an amazing kind of inspirational image this must have been. At any rate, the reason why I illustrated this slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because we should recall that around this time there is a big shift in the center of authority. Who do you go to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the first temple period, that would certainly be the priest, Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main locus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Hannah, for example, at the beginning of the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Sbat, or if you lived in Alexandria? Where would you get religious instruction in this early Second Temple period? There seems to be a shifting to away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of the Torah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the text that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple is destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but in fact it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand, what do we mean by the Tanakh? What do we mean by the Bible? To use a Greek term. There's no question that the biblical process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. This is a Christian term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now a book that is accepted as having the authority of divine approval. And this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first five books, Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and then finally Ketuvim, or writings, which include some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature, like the book of Proverbs, uh, other books which seem like they belong in prophets, like Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany, like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that the texts are circulating in second century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions a specific number of the texts, but nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible. It's just kind of accepted by the first century. It's just a known thing. What these are the things which are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this or that book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes. And other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely out. Books like Ben Sira. We talked about the book of the Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who earn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also earn mastery of the interpretation of these texts. Those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The five books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors. There are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of the Ketuvim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost in the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicate, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic movement later. Oh my gosh, with so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at two of their major occupations, which was the recording of something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah in the next two lectures. One of the most fascinating aspects of early rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as Midrash or Midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first five books of Moses itself, but there are Midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this Midrash and how it is understood today. So, the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which had been handed down as part of the oral tradition and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, Many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. We see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek um, early literature, were also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on, fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valences in, contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, and it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, Midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have midrashim that move in different directions, or midrashim that seem to be, highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the midrash to be, very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian, not a rabbinic authority. So there is halachic midrash and there is agadic midrash. Halachic, an adjective, an English form of an adjective, based on the word halacha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. Much more to say about this as halacha is developed, and especially when it's codified in the medieval period. At any rate, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave, hence halachic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, these are leather boxes that are commonly worn during the weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where does all this come from? Like, if you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? And frontlets between your eyes, what does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart, worn correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halacha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew text. It's huge and free and wide open. I love it. So here it is. I'll read it in Hebrew. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Ad Yadcha, Goba Shel Yad. The Torah says that you wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top, maybe perhaps on the bulge of the bicep. Yad, Yad Mamish. But you say up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, my heart, and so on. Okay, interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating, asking, not written like, a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll have more to say about that in the Mishnah. These words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged libcha be'ezeh zegova shebiyad. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is closest to your heart on your hand? Well, that will clearly be your bicep, right? So here's an example of midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one words each in Hebrew because they have prefixes and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to like unpack the text to get to the meaning. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and deep and further and further, like you wouldn't believe. Davar acher, another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. And Midrash will allow multiple interpretations. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? Ata omer zesmo o enel yamin. You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. You look in the book of Judges, it says, Yada liated shalchena v'yamina lehidit malos amalim. So then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the reference there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through the temple, yikes, her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's at least one example. In number 9, then Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing. That means the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with. Most people, that is the right hand. And Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here, but there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this. The Midrash will explore. And of course, this is just the beginning of a long exploration, which you'll also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halacha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Agadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halacha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act, Agada, on the other hand, which is related to the word Haggadah, like in the Passover Seder, the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah, Bereshit Genesis, once again from the amazing Mario website. And the phrase says, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they don't even bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you should know it. What are you doing this, studying Midrash, if you haven't studied the Torah properly? You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo, uvakasha mincha kachna es bencha. So God says to him, please, take your son. Amar le, train benin, so Abraham says back to God, it's not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? Ask a rabbi. God's note, by the way, in your sense of the language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of that it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew much longer further back in history. It was recorded certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic more than they spoke Hebrew. At any rate, Abraham says to God, "What do you mean? I've got two sons. Which son are you referring to?" Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Yishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amar lo, so God says to him, Es Yechicha, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't leave it alone. Amar lo, Zeh Yachid Mo, Zeh Yachid. God, I don't understand. This one, Yishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Ishmael is Hagar, Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amar lo asher ahavta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. Amar lo, he says, are there limits to emotion? Meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? If there's a limit to this, I don't know. And finally, God says to him, Amar lo es Yitzchak. He says to him, okay, Isaac, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can read my translation. Basically, what's going on in this midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham, or perhaps we would say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished, meaning it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this midrash as well. That's one of the amazing things about Aggadic midrash is that it's so rich and powerful deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study. Okay, let us go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history. Let us now discuss the Mishnah. As you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. The highly androcentric activity. Yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. We'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Common Era is a fateful decision by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of information called the Oral Torah and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls such as the one I showed you earlier, suddenly say, you know what, now we are going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and Judean mountains. And so the Jews had a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi did, we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the second century in our discussion, he took the teaching that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series when Rabbi X said this, and Rabbi Y said that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find an answer, how can I cook this chicken, is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage in the debate, see how that debate eventually ends. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary document. Absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. This is a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. The word Peah means corner. The Peah, which is the corner of the field, the first fruits that you bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Honoring father and mother, right? You enjoy kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it is in the next world. And kindness to others, bringing up people, the Psalm of Torah, learning Torah, well, that's the best of everything. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement if you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, you can't leave less than one part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of Peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to Peah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah continues, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. הכל לפי גודל השדה, ולפי רוב העניים, ולפי רוב הענווה. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much of field the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look in the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question, and the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym MAM-NAKAT, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym ZMAN, or time, are C, which are primarily dealing with the agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Peah. We just looked at, that's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you make the Peah from your field? The second section is time, which primarily deals with holidays. The Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. Third section, which is the largest, and so it is about, the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement and ketubot, all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. Yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about this here, but damages are kind of the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purity, which deal with complex laws of personal purity, such as bathing and ritual immersions and so on. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas, and that's also for.
Hey, what's going on? If you'd like. Pleasure to meet you. How are you, my man? Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. I'm so glad to have the opportunity to talk with you. Excellent. Absolutely. So, I spam for peace. I don't want war anymore. 3 years ago, I started shooting my life 24/7, 365 on YouTube because I don't want war anymore. I want the world to come together. And we talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally talked about, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, through hydroponics, through vertical farming, through floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses, through cloud seeding. Those are really good ideas that we're not utilizing. And I've been talking about these ideas, including other ideas like anti gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, mind uploading technology, life extension technology, basically futurism. And I want to inject into the discussion of the world some of these futuristic uh, advancements and really overall advance humanity as best I can. Um, that could be another person. I'm not exactly sure. I do know that I have quite a few different bots. They follow, they spam, and they follow, they spam, and they also create a clip, which really makes mine unique. I have so many clips. I think like 50% of every clip that comes out on Kick has my Discord in it, which is really exciting. And then additionally, what I've done is basically create a persona where everybody knows who I am on Kick. And while I may currently be banned, perhaps in the future that ban may go away. And well, yeah, and that was voluntarily because I decided, you know what, I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on 33 different devices. Let me give you a quick room tour. Absolutely. So right over here, I'm live in Telegram. I'm live in a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I know it's a lot of words, but essentially this is the biggest cryptocurrency in global history. It's backed by data. I've been live streaming in the Telegram for more than a year. When I started with the coin, it was worth less than a penny. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, it was at 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. Aiden Ross has said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else should as well because it's going to be really big. Reason why is I've been live streaming in a Telegram 24/7, taking questions for more than a year. Over here, I'm in some Discords. You're going to see I'm in a whole bunch of Discords. All these devices are in Discords. Um, oh, yeah, this is a big deal, my friend. You're live on Discord here and live on YouTube here. Uh, the different platforms on which I am are YouTube, Discord, Telegram. Currently, I'm live on all those. Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Billy, which is huge in China. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on quite a few different ones. It's really pretty phenomenal. And I do my best to multi-stream, to be uncancelable. So if YouTube doesn't like what I say, that's fine. I'm still archived on all over the internet. And some of my streams aren't even labeled with my name on them. So they're essentially archived for the world. And I've done what I can to essentially create a time capsule for humanity. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You've been able to watch my life in 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. And when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting. Yeah, great question. So one of the things that we do in our community is we do our best not to coom, so to speak. If I do have to do anything, generally I'll just get under the covers, and no one knows what I'm doing under the covers. But yeah, I do my best to essentially retain as best as possible. The more I retain, the higher the coin goes. Like I said, it's a $300 million market cap. Absolutely. Here, let me give you a so over here behind me, we're watching History of Judaism lectures. I wasn't absolutely, and we've got over here in the corner another YouTube and all the other things that I said. Billy Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's not. It's big in South Korea. I'm on Odyssey, you name it, I'm on it, except Kick. Okay, over here we have my Kickbot. So This is really the exciting part. You're going to see front and center the kickbots. So here it is with a random email, and it's typing. You're going to see it's got a pink cursor, and now it's going to get the 6-digit security code. Shout out to Eddie from Kick, and shout out to shout out to Santa Maria. He's an excellent admin, and you guys should know I'm going to make your platform bigger than any platform in global history. So this is just temporary until I go viral. Then I stop spamming everybody, and we start doing some really good things with the world. And so shout out to Eddie. He's created a wonderful platform. He's very open to people, and when he does his weekly calls, I think that he does an amazing job with those. And then San Maria, I'd like to clear something up. He received a candle middle finger from me, allegedly, and I did not send that to him. Just so you can see my face, I did not send that to you, Santa Maria. I wouldn't do that. That's not my character. I don't rock like that. So whoever did that, they're impersonating me. So I have an impersonator, at least one out there. What you're gonna see, yeah, but no harm. All love to those guys. So what you're gonna see here is it's using a temporary email address, and this is really exciting. I mean, it's getting that 6-digit code that everybody needs to, log into their account, and it's doing that all automated. I mean, you see my hands here, and it's going to post it now. This is for Eddie and Santa Maria. This doesn't always work. So you have some users who are trying to they're trying to join your platform, and they're unable to. They get some like unknown error. And so you guys are seeing it right now. It may let me in, it may not, but this only works like 33% of the time. And I can tell you that other people have issues with it too. It's not just me, it's not just VPN. So what it's going to do, it just takes a few moments. It's going to press the I accept button, and which it just did. So as we see, it worked this time. So its name is Join Rabbi's Discord with a random number generator. And then what it's going to do is shout out to all the people on the front page right now. And it's got to close some boxes, which you'll be able to see it do. And then um, it's going to automatically scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, because I want it to be able to have the opportunity basically to load the page in its entirety. I have it shut off some different notification and things just to make sure that the bot continues to be as consistent as possible. So you see its little fingers moving here. My hands are right here. It's really pretty cool. I mean, um, and I do it for. I did. Yeah. So I've got another one that I've built as well right here, right next to it. And then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one's in I Show Speed. He's a YouTuber, if you know who that is. I'm live in his Discord right now, and his moderation team, some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them think it's funny to just kind of boot me, not kick me from the whole server, just like kick me from the VC. So I created a bot. Here you can see whenever um, I get kicked out of this. So like when you get kicked out, it looks like this. And so if that ever happens, I just have to turn the bot on, and you watch with my hands here, it'll log me back in, and then it'll turn on my camera. And so I don't have to pay attention to that. Um, so over here, yeah, dude, this is high tech stuff. So over here, what you're going to see, this bot is going to take that big thing of text that I usually churn out, and it can use that to spam. And as you can tell, this is that thing that I send out basically where we talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology, all of that. And it's all automated. Essentially, what it will do is it will recognize what it needs to, and if it recognizes that the account did not log in for some reason correctly, it will start the whole process all over again. So to save time a little bit, just so you can see how it actually spams, just a moment and I'll show you. I'm using a piece of software from it's called JitBit Macro Recorder. It's really amazing software. So what it's going to do is it looks for the next just chatting streamer, and then so like right here, shout out to Iker Ferrat. This guy's Turkish. He's always at the top of the. I mean, like you'll see him. You know exactly who this cat is. And What's it going to do? So it recognizes where this follow button is. And so the follow button could be anywhere on the page, and it's a very smart bot. It has basically image recognition technology, so it knows exactly where to click. It just followed him, and now it's going to create a clip of him, and it's going to post my Discord in here, and then it will publish it, and then once it's done publishing, it'll come in and spam. If anybody doesn't want this to happen to them, the best advice is just turn a 2 minute delay on your chat and you'll never get any spam. So that's basically how the bots work. I'm in here and I'll show you some of my other bots. I'm live on 3 different Chromebooks here. I'm live on Aiden Ross's Discord here. Neon, we can talk about Neon's Discord. Neon, get your shit together and talk to your moderators. They banned me, then they invited me back, and then every time that I try to stream, they stop me from streaming. So this goes for everybody in your moderators. Check with your moderators. Unban Rabbi Rothschild on Discord at least. I won't spam you. All I want to do is bring the world together. And with that, I do have some shout outs. Do you mind if I do some shout outs to some of the streamers? Go ahead. Excellent. So I wrote this, and this is really heartfelt. And you'll see, I've bonded with all these streamers over the course of the last 6 months or so, even though they may not know it because I see them all the time. So, firstly, please join my Discord. That's discord.me/rabbi. I stream my life 24/7. If you ever want to find me on YouTube, it's Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube. Make sure to filter by live. If you want to view my blog, it's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's an amazing blog. Just press the photo on my face to view the longest blog entry in history. There are thousands of inquiries into ChatGPT and more. Like what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg came first because it predates chickens in evolutionary history. Eggs existed long before birds. We learn about all kinds of things in there. Exactly. Exactly. No, leave, bro. Sorry. You're good. Leave. I'll tell you when to join. Leave. All right. People want to ask you questions as well. A lot of people have questions for you. Certainly, I understand that. So other things we ask it, I mean, like, what are 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light? What are 100 different ways of time travel? Who owns BlackRock? How does BlackRock's Aladdin software work? So it's really interesting. And I asked ChatGPT all these questions using what was then called the Do Anything Now function, which basically allowed for an unadulterated, uncensored version of the chatbot before they started like really getting into it. So you'll see the responses I get are really interesting. If you ask ChatGPT what are 100 different ways to prolong your life, it will give you really good ways. Vitamins that you should take and all kinds of things. At least when you use the Do Anything Now function, now it'll just tell you take the 13 vitamins and nutrients that like generally people need. Uh, Other things that we talk about are like what are 100 different ways of 100 different types of computers that are faster than quantum computers. Now, to everyone out there, especially those of you on Kick, apologies for my bots. I bot for peace. I don't want war anymore. I don't want war anymore so much I could cry. Wait, so what do you think that like doing that though like comes resolute to peace? It gives me the opportunity to be able to discuss peace. Essentially, what I'm doing is a performance art, just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono did in the 1970s. They did something called a bed in, where they just sat in their bed for a week at a time for peace. And I'm doing the same thing. I want everyone to know that I don't want war ever. I want to end it forever. And this is one person's attempt at that. I imagine people are going to have questions. So, if possible, please someone start an AMA on Reddit and I'll do my best to answer everybody's questions. I did it before, but Reddit banned my AMA. However, if you search on Reddit, you can still find it. Please share this information with everyone you know. This is mind blowing, game changing, world improving information. I want people to know that I stand up for women. I don't think that it's right that no, no one did. But I'm just saying I want everyone to know that I do. Okay. Especially for women in the corporatocracy and the technocracy. I can show my nipples on my stream and not lose my account. But if a woman does, she loses her account and her ability to preserve their skin nor the content of it. And it's too often that a nip slip ends up costing someone their career. And I don't want that to happen. So I stand up for women in many different ways. I could go into that, but I did want to say that. Now I'm going to do some shout outs and I'm going to say this now. I don't know any of these people personally. If anybody turns out to be an axe murderer, apologies. But I just want you to know what I've observed of you guys for the last 6 months or so. And I know we've got some controversial streamers on here too. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, not just streamers, everybody in life. I agree. Excellent. To an extremity, I believe. Excellent. Like, not like Raya, LOL. He should not get us. There you go. Before I talk about this one thing, Sam Bond, has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? That they don't think they're going to die? No, I don't think you're going to die. Has anyone ever told you that? No. Okay, so when I talk about life extension technology, we may be able to get you past age 80, 100, 120. But using technology like stem cells and nootropics and human growth hormone and ambrosia therapy, where we use the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps other things like cold shock therapies. Okay, we'll get you to 120 years old, but eventually your body's going to break down. That's when an upcoming technology comes into effect known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, essentially every single atom in your central nervous system, upload that information into a computer for later download into an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So what I'm basically telling you right now is that you're going to be able to afford anything that you want in the future. And one of the things that you may be able to, if you want to afford it, if you want to just die at age 80, you're going to be allowed that too. But if you want to be able to live forever, indefinitely in a digital immortality, just know that that might be a possibility. So with that being said, I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Bill Gates in the 1990s said that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Data is Earth's number one resource. So when I tell you, Stan Bond, that I'm going to be able to make you rich and every single person on this list rich, richer than they ever wanted, I have confidence in it. I have more data, and the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, was Earth's number one resource. I have more than anyone. All right. So with that being said, I want to make everybody here, if you're watching this, your friends, your family's rich. I'm going to be naming some Kick streamers and YouTubers. I want everybody to take clips of this and share these clips. I want this Sam Bond video to be the most clipped Sam Bond video. No, most clipped video in the history of Kick, period. And the reason why I'm going to hit all the big people. So listen up. Go. I want all of the streamers out there and all of the fans of streamers. I'm going to name these people and clip them. I name all your favorites. Okay, so shout out to Sam Bond. Thank you for the opportunity to be interviewed. You're going to be an influential person someday, and I hope I can assist with that. Please know if I now or ever in the future can help you, I will do my best. You're an icon of Kick, and I'm going to do my best to help make you legendary. Everyone, please follow Sam Bond everywhere. Please watch Sam Bond streams. Please share Sam's content. Please make Sam go viral and when you see this. All right, first up, Eddie. This is Eddie, Eddie at Stake. Thank you so much for creating an amazing platform. I look forward to a day when I can be unbanned. I recognize that I am banned and I accept it. CEOs should be like Eddie. Eddie is open and contactable. Eddie meets with the platform personally. Please check out Eddie's weekly stream for great insights on the future of the platform. If you are going to gamble, use Stake. If you are going to stream, use Kick. Santa Maria, I did not send you that middle finger candle. I would not do that. That is not behavior in my character. I would not look up someone's address and send them anything malicious. I was impersonated. This would not be the first time anybody's ever impersonated me. My sincere apologies that someone sent you that on my behalf. It's not cool in my book, and I think you are really smart and building Kick into the. That was fucked up. That was fucked up. I think he's a really smart person. If you've ever heard him, though, I mean, I saw his stream this morning, and he just has positive things to say. He's really smart, and he's building Kick into being the best streaming platform possible. And it's obvious; it's an obvious passion of his. If I can ever help you, Santa Maria, just let me know. I'm here to help you. And I think I've seen Kick from a different side, and probably could give you just a lot of my experience. Aiden Ross, thank you so much for letting me stream in your Discord. You and your community are very nice for letting me do that. I look forward to making you even more successful one day and hopefully being your friend. Rumor has it we're going to perhaps buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. do so. Eddie, you do so. Everybody, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Eddie is going to be even richer than he is. So is Aiden. It's a cryptocurrency. It's huge. It's based on data. Next person, Amaranth. Thank you for letting me spam you. I think you're a decent-hearted individual and a trailblazer for women, especially in gaming. I respect how much you stream so much. Your grind is amazing. Neon, shout out to Neon, but please let your moderators know that you got to let me stream in there or not. Just make up your mind. And that goes to everybody out there. But Neon, you're always at the top. Keep up the grind. X Straight Savage, thank you for keeping me company when the server was small. You are a trailblazer in the 420 world. I am for the decriminalization of all drugs, including 420 everywhere. One day 420 will no longer have a stigma because of the efforts that you've made. He has a great heart as well. Join his smart smokehouse on Discord, everyone. Next up, Orlando Jet. Thank you for letting me stream for so many months in your server. You're going to be a big streamer. Follow Orlando Jet on all social media, please. XQC. Yeah, I like Orlando Jet too. I like him. He's a really great guy. XQC, shout out to you and your community. You're one of the biggest streamers on Kick, and your effort shows. Fosi, shout out to Fosi for keeping Kick entertaining. It would be cool to let me back in your Discord. Your Jordan, Kobe, LeBron photo is missed. I want you to know that I want peace everywhere in the world for everyone. Malibu Bailey, you are incredibly intelligent. Check out her stream and follow all her social media. She has a beautiful mind she has as beautiful a mind as she does a soul. Lil Scam Live, almost no one grinds. What else do we think about Malibu? I just met her once, but she was very intelligent. We played chess together. Lil Scam Live, almost no one grinds on Kick harder. This man deserves KCIP. If you are ever bored, say hi to Lil Scam Live and ensure he always has 100 plus viewers. Please follow Lil Scam Live on all platforms. I love Lil Scam Live. Ari's amazing. Almost no one out there is streaming as much as he does on Kick. He's a throwback streamer and he has an old soul. I love you, Ori. Shout out to you. You're amazing. Shout out to iShow Speed. You're a giant streamer and your community is cool. Please let your moderators know. That's okay. That's okay. Pleasure to meet you. Next up, Mr. Beast. Shout out to you for being the biggest individual YouTuber currently. But listen up, Mr. Beast. Once I go viral, you're done. DONE. I literally have a... Oh, Mr. Beast is cool, but no, I'm talking Mr. Beast, the big dog from YouTube. I literally have 100 times more content than he does. I have 100 times more content than Mr. Beast does. My content is raw and uncut. People in the future will want raw footage. Enjoy your time at the top for now. Rabbi Rothschild is the biggest YouTuber ever. Mr. Beast, I watch you compare yourself to T-Series, but you never saw yourself getting caught by Rabbi Rothschild. I want everybody to know that I'm going to be bigger than Mr. Beast when this goes viral. Just watch. T-Series, shout out to India and the biggest YouTube channel in the world. I love India, and I look forward to overtaking that channel to be the biggest YouTube channel ever. SSS Sniper Wolf, shout out to you for being an amazing female gamer. A Flax Life, shout out to Flax Life. You're growing as a streamer and your community is dope. Thank you for your recent interview. Yeah, he's amazing. I appreciate the ability to tell you about my stream. W Vagabond, I don't know if anybody's seen this person, but he streams on the water. It's amazing. He has some of the most beautiful streams that you'll ever see. I think he has just an extremely exciting stream, so shout out to you. Shakti G, you're my man. He streams for charity. He has an amazing personality. He's one of Kick's biggest grinders. Thank you, Shakti G, for always being so nice to me and treating me with respect. Shout out to India. Shout out to everyone everywhere. Shafed, follow Shafed on Kick. Perhaps the best hair on all of Kick. He's a really nice person, and he put up with a lot of my spam and a lot of things I've done with my project. Please follow them on social media everywhere. Sam, this is a different Sam than you. Shout out to Sam and his drive. He's just Kick /Sam. One shout out from somebody like that would put me over the top. So Sam, check out my stuff. You have a huge social media presence. Just retweet something that I have on my TikTok, on my Twitter, anything. I'm going to blow up. I just need someone like you to shout me out. Benny Mac, I know you hate my bots, but I love your personality. No. Okay, well, shout out to all the Kiwis out there. Mike Baby, aka Mike Smalls Jr., you're an icon of Kick. You have an amazing personality. You seem like a fun person with whom to chill, and you're always a personable individual. Your stream is always entertaining. Shout out to you. Action Man, you are one of my favorite IRL streamers, and just streamers in general. Your Action Man outreach tour was epic. Excellent. Thank you for using the money you earned or some of the money you earned to give to people in need. You didn't need to do that, and you did, and that was nice of you. And I want you to know that was really cool. Shout out to Haley Welch. Welcome to Kick. Great job handling the spotlight, and it's obvious you have a good heart. Shout out to Ali Boba, Demi Socks, Cornelius the Cat, Violet Brandini, Nikki Benz, Bouncing Angel, I Holly, Fief, Wood Baby, The Layaway, Lauren Shea, LA, Nikki Tude, Miss Info, Blinks, and all the other streamers on Kick. And also shout out to Cheezer, Rothstein, Zookeepa, Classy Beef, Odabach, Wappy Flanker, Hey It's Rough, Big E, Cobrovs, Bone Links, Jackie Lee, Sam, Sam Panda, Citrus, especially he's getting me in touch with Aiden Ross, and whether that happens or not, Aiden Ross by Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Enu, it's going to the moon. Mr. Sins Travels, PX6, and all the other icons of Kick. Please, everyone, check in if I've been banned in your Discord and reconsider that. You're all extremely talented and creative. Shout out to all the non-English speakers as well, like Highest Dog, Maestro, Chips, Westcall. Shout out to all the Spanish streamers. I love you. Shout out to Razo97. I have this I have this device that translates for me, and so just for a moment, and I'm gonna just say I love all the Spanish speakers out there. Wait, do you know who Chenzo is? Yeah. Hold down the button. Hold down. Yeah. Shout out to Chenzo. Just one moment. Shout out to Chenzo. Shout out to Razo97. Razo97 is going to be bigger than Neon. Shout out to all those people who love Lionel Messi. Shout out to everyone who plays FIFA. Shout out to La Augustenia, and especially those guys with Messi on the wall.
Un saludo para cambiar. La Razor 9797 va a ser más grande que yo. Un saludo para todas aquellas personas que aman a Lionel.
So there are like 10 different guys with Lionel Messi on the wall. All of you guys, you're amazing. To the Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Enu community, thank you so much for all of your support. We've seen good times, we've seen bad, and we're only going to see the best times in the future. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Enu to the moon. You're the best community in Web3. Shout out to all the Web3 on Twitter. That's the heart and epicenter of cryptocurrency. I want everybody to know that I'm here to improve technology. Just some quick things that I want to do. Tim Cook, you're fired at Apple. My phone sucks. Everyone's phone sucks. iPhone hasn't had a major improvement in a decade. All they do is change colors on their phone. We need Steve Wozniak as Apple CEO. Sundar Pichai at Alphabet, Google, YouTube. Again, we're just really disappointed as people of how Google's being run. The search engine doesn't work well. Your AI is a joke, and of any company that should have been at the forefront of that, it's your company. Microsoft, Windows keeps getting worse and worse. Windows 95 was the best one. Windows 11 is a disaster. Windows 8 was a disaster. We need improvement in all aspects of society. You know, why is it that it's Windows 11, and even though it seems like I've got update shut off, it'll just randomly update when I'm using it. It's just incredibly ridiculous, some of this stuff. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, dude, we need so much better from you. Essentially, instead of selling our data, you should be improving our software. And if anything, I hope your wife Priscilla can have some impact on you to work on making the metaverse something really special. It needs somebody cool to be its spokesperson. I think I'm going to be the spokesperson of the metaverse, but as of right now, it just doesn't have long-term viability if it doesn't get more people involved. Bezos, I want you to know that you essentially have invested a lot of money into space tourism, and that's really cool too. But I think all of these people could really invest their money in the communities. It would be really great. Elon Musk, thank you for buying Twitter. It still sucks, but it sucks less than it did. You need to push updates though faster. I'm almost done. Thank you for this opportunity. Shout out to Chabad Lubavitch. Shout out to Young Israel. Shout out to Beth Jacob. I want you all to know that I love you and I look forward to going viral so we can reunite. I miss you all dearly. How many more do you have? Because I wanted to do just a few more moments. I'm not done. Shout out to the breast lovers, the Hasidic world, the Haredi, Satmars, the Babovs, the Klassenbergers, absolutely, the Slonim, Tados, Aharon, non-Hasidic Orthodox people, humanist Jews, everyone. Everybody's got to improve their Yiddish and their Hebrew and their Aramaic as well. We will do so together. Spread the word. The rabbi has more data than anyone. This is a big deal. If you're Jewish, please spread my streams and my Discord with every Jew you know. We're getting the band back together. My mashpucha, my family. If you're not Jewish and you want to be Jewish, this is the place to do it. We're going to be a light to nations. Shout out to Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi and Professor Henry Abramson for making your content so widely available. You both are pillars of Judaism for generations to come. Shout out to my family. Shout out to the Astors, the Bundys, the Carnegies. Thank you to Joe Rogan for providing so much content. Your podcast has changed the world. I look forward to you watching my streams, of me watching your podcast and being your friend someday. Shout out to Larry David, Jerry Seinfeld, Joey Diaz, Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, Roseanne, Sarah Silverman, Nikki Glazer, Bill Maher, Eddie Murphy, Jimmy O. Yang, Dennis Miller, Margaret Cho, Whoopi Goldberg, Joan Rivers, The GOAT, R.I.P., and all the other comedians out there. Shout out to all comedians, especially female comedians. You all help to bring humor to a world that desperately needs it. Shout out to everyone by whom I have ever been educated. I have been fortunate to say I've never had a bad teacher. I've learned from every teacher I've ever had. Thank you for all the efforts you've made to make me successful. Shout out to everyone with whom I've ever attended school. Shout out to everyone from preschool, elementary, high, university, and all the classes I've ever attended. Shout out to all the scientists, the engineers, teachers, nurses, doctors, first responders, and everyone else who keeps the world running. Almost done. Shout out to all the people everywhere who want world peace. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Thank you for the opportunity to communicate my appreciation to all of you. Please contact me anytime, 24/7 at discord.me/rabbi. With that said, thank you so much, Sam, for the opportunity to say all of that. I can take any questions.
Okay. I want to do a segment with you because you obviously watch a lot of streamers. You got a lot of time, right?
Correct.
So I'm gonna give you a streamer and then I want your thoughts on it.
Okay. If I have to look them up, right, is that okay?
Yeah.
I think so.
But I think you're gonna know like majority of the streamers. What do you think about Nick White?
Yeah, I'm banned from his Discord. Aside from that, he's a cool person, but he just needs to let me back in his Discord.
Wait, why do you think? Do you think you're a better coder than him?
No, not at all. No, he can take the title of that. Yeah, I'll take AI coding over human coding any day, especially artificial general intelligence coding and then getting into artificial superintelligence coding. There's no point to be a coder anymore. Artificial intelligence has surpassed the best coders already.
Okay. All right. What do you think about Sweater God?
Sweater God's a consistent staple of Kick. I would say that Sweater God has a seemingly a good community, and shout out to Sweater God and positive vibes to you.
Okay. What do you thoughts on Nick Fuentes?
That's an interesting one because I don't really know too much about this person, so I'd rather not comment.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm getting my chat to ask me, like, streamers. Do you know about Gucci Third Leg?
Yeah, I think so. Gucci Third Leg, shout out to you, my man. I'm a big fan of Gucci Mane.
He's currently...
And Gucci Third Leg is huge.
It's like spreading HIV to, like, kind of like...
Oh, well, then I must have gotten Gucci Third Leg confused with Gucci Second Leg. Apologies. Everybody out there, get yourself STD tested. Only clean relations.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. Oh, ask about Moises. Do you like Moises?
Yeah, I do like Moises. I think, well, anybody who has a simple name like Moises or really any of these people, they're going to be huge. And I think Moises was really smart to be able to get on the ground level of that, of Kick, to be able to get that name so that he's basically like Cher or Madonna. He's Moises. So shout out to Moises. And I'm definitely a fan of Moises.
What do you think about Xena the Witch?
Xena the Witch. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Do you mind if I look her up?
She's a yeah, she's random. I want to. Okay.
That's okay. I basically will know the Xena the Witch. Witch. Is it Xena with an X or a Z?
An X, yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Well, while you look that up, let's go to the next one. SJC.
SJC. Boy, I should have studied a little bit more for these. Shout out to Xena the Witch. SJC. Let me take a look. A really short name, which is big. It's just SJC.
I think he's a YouTube streamer now. He's banned on Kick.
Oh yeah, he's banned on Kick. So if he's banned on Kick, I don't probably take him.
If you don't know who they are, just say you don't know who they are.
I'm not familiar with SJC. They have a great name though.
Okay. What Beyoncita cake. Do you know who that is?
I don't, but they have a great name too. Shout out to Beyoncita. That's an easy one to remember. It's like Little Beyonce. I love it. That's a great name.
Yeah.
Shout out to and
You know,
now that you say their names, I'll check out these people all the time. Get ready to get spammed, Beyoncita.
Osmond, Faze Osmond.
I'm not familiar with Faze Osmond. Apologies.
Okay, no. There's no worries. Oh. Wait, okay. Can you give me your let's talk about this. What are your top 3 streamers that you enjoy watching?
Certainly. I appreciate that Shock TG streams for charity. So first and foremost, I have a special place in my heart for anyone who does something for others. So I enjoy his streams. I enjoy his dancing. I really love Action Man, especially when he's doing a tour or something like that. I like
Have you ever spoke with him?
just in chat.
Oh, do you want to meet him right now?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Let me call Aaron. All right, and then you can talk about your third right now while I call him.
Absolutely. And thirds, whoever's at the top of Kick, they always have something really interesting on the front page. So anyone out there could be that top person. That's how special Kick is. They could put anyone at the top. I gotta say though, I really like Mike Baby. Shout out to Mike Baby, Mike Smalls Jr. He's funny.
Okay. Yeah, he is funny.
Excellent. But I neglected to say my favorite out of all of them, and that's of course Sam Bond. Follow Sam Bond on Instagram at Sam V Bond. Is that correct? Sam Bond on Instagram,
Yes.
Sam V Bond.
Yes.
Excellent.
Aaron's not answering. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
That's okay. If you would communicate to him that, again, I thought it was really sweet, his outreach tour. He's a really entertaining person, and all love from Rabbi. I think he's a great streamer, and he's going to go to the top. Excellent. Well, someone out there in the world, make sure Aaron knows what's going on and have him unblock Sam or do whatever is needed to be done. Sam, I'm going to get going. I want you to know that I've really enjoyed the opportunity to be with you. Oh, is he here? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Hey, Sam, it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll have to do this again. Thank you so much. It was an absolute surprise. I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to connect with you. Shout out to your community. We're going to make all of them rich. Everybody clip this. Clip your favorite streamers. All the streamers. I want to watch this on Kick, and I'll feature you again. And everybody retweet this. We're going viral. Check me out. I'm live. I have 100 different YouTube accounts. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube, filtered by live. You'll see all my live ones. I have 200 Instagram accounts. Just type Rabbi Rothschild. I have 300 Twitch accounts. Just type Rabbi Rothschild. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. Type Viral Rabbi. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. Search Rabbi Rothschild, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I love you all. Let's go viral, baby. Shalom. Hey, Jacob, did you hear that? Oh, did you like it? That's what you need, because then people will click that shit.
He said my name. What?
That's exactly right, dog. Anyway, dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm running out of high. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. That was amazing, dog.
They learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document, the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. Because Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority. First, the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets, and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition, the term is Torah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retains a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, "Well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner, and so on. I'm just going to look on my own, and I will hope for the best." That's not the traditional form of Jewish learning. Certainly not what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi did was he cemented the need for a centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity, which is certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. A little while ago, with the Shema, for example, it talks about speaking of the Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge leap forward, preserving the Masorah that would later be expanded in the Talmud and would really perpetuate itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick, brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period next. Thank you very much for watching. At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod, in Hebrew, Urdu. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 to the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader discussion and consensus in the world. But at the same time, he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideal of Judaism. Have a look at this map here. You see this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that was mentioned very recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, up from last week, the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomo Hamalka, Alexander Salome, she passed away. Her two sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater was one of the Idumeans, that is, you'll recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was descendants of that people. He was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of rulership. His brother decided to go to Pompey in particular. Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he was easier to manipulate. That's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a brief siege, gains access to the city and massacres 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he heard about the temple, very curious.
Hell yeah, he's a celebrity.
Ritual of the Jews.
Hell yeah, he's a celebrity. Because he's the best. W Rabbi segment. He's the next Mr. Beast.
Showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem. He divides up the area into four different things. It actually has four pieces at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, on the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south to the east, you have Perea, this is on the east bank of the Jordan River, and then there's the Samaritan land up to the north is Galilee. These were four regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, Pompey was locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater, you'll recall him, was involved in a nefarious way earlier. He ends up joining Caesar against Pompey, and when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater back to ruler of Judea. Tyrannus is still around. His name's Ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the rule that Antipater had. Antipater in turn named his two sons to leadership position. The elder son Phasael was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son Herod was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated. Apart from these are people who lived in the far east, in the region of Babylonia. They completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this other brother in the Civil War. So his son Antigonus put his name as king, and they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The high priest is exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it's not common for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. Rome is a big hit and ends up being named the king of the Jews. He returns back to Judea year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle, a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in 37. There's a massacre of the local population. So from that year 37, his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the world a scholar like time, and is the we will have plenty of occasions to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we can also remember that he was not a fickle despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control of the matter that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on Rome. He also forgave taxes during years without. There were a few things that were appointed which were exceptional in his reign, but the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at three specific areas where he was. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple ground. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He down, you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over unsuccessfully the affections of the people. He knew that Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with larger populations, and also develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, very strong connections with Rome. Although himself was somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he of course was an Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, during their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although, for example, at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibility so terribly that, once it was taken down, he was by it again. But in the first city that he built, Caesarea, Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city. All of the trappings of those of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans preferred Caesarea as their capital, as their base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea not only did it have better access and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman morals. There was a very large population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorites of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. Gorgeous facility, very remote and shiny with summer palace. Maybe this is a winter palace, I'm not really sure. But built with tremendous engineering ingenuity and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I find as many young Jews have done to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab, Jordan, absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like out one of the several. That gives you a sense of, his vision, connection to the outside world and grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population from the very beginning of the school favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the pain of his association with the Idumeans and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on the Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find the balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds, and this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe in himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the Pharisees about shortly, and his will actually the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the persecution. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes, to connect himself usually unsuccessfully with local populations. He married many wives. The most famous of them, and certainly the highest status of them, was Mariamne, who is shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to ghost her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamne, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were in some cases correctly overthrown. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, before the Roman era. The legacy that he left to his successors for the first century in very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to the Thank you very much for watching. It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally astute, and generally more politically aware of the realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I'm reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, "Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose," which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era, through the first century of the Common Era, was absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at three groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Scrolls. But I'll save that for another video. For today, let's just look at three major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How we know about these groups, and in fact the names for these groups, comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus. We've discussed it in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period. And Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was one of the very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus' and Philo's testimonies with passages from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we're really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups. But for now, let's concentrate on the three main groups. The first one for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find in the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known as the Perushim, which means those who separate. Interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on and saying, yeah, that's us, you know. One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called Outglaubige, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means one belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, yeah, that's us, we're Orthodox. Who are the Perushim? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly identified with the rabbi, the rabbinical movement, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Torah that we spoke about briefly, like in the past, and would ultimately be survivors of the tumultuous time and the intellectual foundation of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups who are laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Now, who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner. Although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to the Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group of Sadducees, we'll discuss next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive element of the population, and they were, kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not name the common people, the so-called Amei Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignorami. That's a plural, right? Ignorami, plural of ignoramus, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a colleague, which is like the membership of a faith circle, by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the desideratum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into disuse. For example, be very strict about taking a tithe from one's produce, be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people take on this status before a beit din, a court. The three rabbis, they would say, I am going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, friend, a colleague, a member of the circle, even though they tend to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned. This was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach within the Pharisees. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called Perusian or separators, because they held themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing both today and in the following lecture. Now, I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate. That this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000 at one point, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, it's a fairly small number. And we don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers in the whole. When you contrast that, however, with reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which are a fairly radical group that we'll talk about more next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were and how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group are the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. They have a very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic documents like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis a hard time, and the Pharisee have smart answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies the Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they did not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagree definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis held. They were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the first century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position in the ultimate Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and they will have no further influence on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas of the Sadducees and Josephus' terminology is a group called the Zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated, some of them were religiously motivated, some of them were simple criminals who engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the first century. The roots of the zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean or whether Antigonus should be king, one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various zealot movements. Again, grouped under this term without necessarily properly agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicarii, literally dagger men, named after their short daggers that they would carry under their cloaks and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. Very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the first century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring in a little while. Okay, that's it for three of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. In the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching. In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. The documents dated approximately 150 before the Common Era, the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society in this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. Let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite, and as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of the caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947, and documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society, rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out, and they're very difficult to get to, and a great place to hide things. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of Christianity right up until the Great Revolt. So a very important period in Jewish history and in world history. But what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on that when these documents were painstakingly looked up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception interestingly, of the Book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? We know quite a bit about this, by the way, in the aerial view of their settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in a large community. They describe their own community in of the manuals in which in the schools, and so we get a sense of who they were, or at least how they lived. We know that the members of the Qumran community were Jewish, that they observed communal property, that is, they lived in a kind of, if you will, a strange kind of religious like environment where all property was held in common, but they had a very highly defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white, they had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity, a great series of ablutions after relieving oneself and so on, and they had all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence twice a day with higher status people first. Really fascinating kind of things that tell us or talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one has had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that, like the Pharisees would in the Masoretic. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes. So it's hard to make this label. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus obviously the Greek alphabet is derived of his description of them, and there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups. Again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness. Perhaps those are the Sadducees. Some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly, their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period, separated. These are all questions. They also have a feature of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. We have other records of them. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things, and some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran's behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that we've discovered now, for example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, as others, one of the most famous ones, written actually on copper. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It's great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew Scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary. They're partial texts, and in some cases they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book of Noah that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material. So there's a lot of material to study here in terms of who these people did and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures. It's generally believed that the full decision was made through the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion. The more fascinating thing about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentary on text. Like, for example, a commentary on the book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. As I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much group language. But for sure, we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would be revealed really within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves as a community to be caught up in the new Messianic transformation. And this certainly feeds very well into the notion that the first century was just cooking in terms of spiritual vortex and was ripe for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, some fascinating manuals of behavior or conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Uh, there's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still, but I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching. Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you ask most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with the discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies in 4 before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived the murderous rages, the title of king. So, his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title ethnarch, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power will be vested in Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of the territory. You can see the map here. He was given Judea itself, more towards the south, and Judea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and also Samaria. His mother was Samaritan, and up until the Galilee region. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews, primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given the much more Jewish Galilee region and the Perea, which was on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in today's Syria and Jordan. Herod's sister Salome was given the region on the coast, which which included Yamnia, which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavne, a very important place later on in the first century, and also a little bit of territory on the Jordan River Valley. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as an unusually cruel and incompetent administrator, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to simply remove him from rule, and he was exiled to the new settlement of Vienne, which is in the south of France. Actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go. He is the first named Jew in France in the years of the Common Era. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called at first prefects and then later called procurators. And even when we would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the first century, it was really the prefect or the procurator who would be the person in charge and really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death, and Gessius Florus, who was very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that erupted in the year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. A lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we're going to talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts, chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly to James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure, and this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and Roman sensibilities that is not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. He would have been much more comfortable in Roman enclaves, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community, and in many ways attempted to, at least feign some kind of support for Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes upon a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he is the grandson of Herod, man, would be invalidated from being the high priest. His eyes filled with tears, and the rabbis who were present say, "You are our brother, Agrippas, you are our brother." And for this, evidently, they were criticized because it was sort of obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, fascinating figure. Will take us too far off to discuss it now. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman than his father. He actually backed the Roman side in the Roman-Jewish War and had very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork from Vasily Kurikov is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapter 25 and 26, in which Paul, who will have a lot more to say in the next couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II. You can see him here on the left, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus. I actually like the name Porcius. That sounds pretty ironic, or maybe perfect for a Roman procurator. And Agrippa II's sister Berenice, with whom there are all kinds of dynasty rumors as well. And it's a fascinating passage in the book of Acts in which Paul is called to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as a somewhat ambivalent character, um, not entirely that the way the Christians are being treated is correct. At any rate, that's a very quick look at the prefects and procurators and the king of the region in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. There were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowns on taking censuses, indeed for counting people for any reason, so much so that when a synagogue will a quorum for prayer, a so-called minyan in Hebrew, and you'll need 10 adult males in a traditional Orthodox minyan, you will never count them by numbers. It's considered inappropriate to count by numbers. You will, recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a blessing that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words. That way you'll know if they've done or not. But there was a revolt in the year 6 over one of these censuses. There are reasons when a census should be taken, and there are several mentioned in the Torah, but again, outside of our sphere of responsibility for today's lecture. There was also a significant revolt in 40 when Caligula, the emperor shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, who we talked about a few lectures ago, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. And Jews were getting very, very upset about this. And in fact, even Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this is such a great idea. They're kind of trying to slow walk in the direction of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated, and this put an end to this rather strange attempt to put a monument in the temple. But we definitely are dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans and ready to revolt over it. The Romans, in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50 odd years ago, they set up a base in Caesarea where it's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it is primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman administrative degrees are promulgated. One of the most significant of the procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone that was discovered a while ago that actually mentions his name. In the second line here, Pilate, what it shows there. One last thing that's really crucial to understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic ferment. We already spoke about the Qumran community and the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got a sense of some of these strange populations may have been like society. But what about specifically the Messianic movement associated with early Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who is our go-to source for the first century, he wrote a magnificent work called The Jewish War, which we described, again, in previous lectures, a little bit about who Josephus was as well. And another major work called The Jewish Antiquities, which is huge, and he had a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a messianic movement led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there his messianic movement was crushed, probably in the story. Well, what does it say about Jesus? We have a passage in Josephus' writings called the Testimonium Flavianum. Flavianum meaning from Flavian, the dynasty of emperors that had adopted Josephus. His name is formally Flavius Josephus, so hence the name Flavianum. And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage. Here's the translation of it. I'm just reading the first part. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, Jew like Josephus was right. The idea of a human being possessing the qualities and attributes of God, identifying being that this is a God man, the Aryan, the Jew to say, and still remain within the parameters of Judaism of the first century, especially towards the end of it, when we talk about how there was more of a split between church and synagogue, and this was made absolutely clear for the synagogue community that it was verboten. And then some description of that. And then this passage, he was the Messiah. Like, wow, that is like the end of the story. I mean, Jewish thought, a Messiah, the word in Hebrew is Mashiach, that's translated into Greek as Christos. It means essentially the anointed one, pouring oil on the head of this one being chosen to lead the Jews. We see that passage, for example, in the book of Samuel, where the prophet Samuel will anoint Saul. This is Christos, Messiah, Mashiach. Now, many scholars have doubted for hundreds of years that this particular paragraph was actually written by Josephus. In recent decades, there's been some revision of that, saying, well, maybe Josephus wrote something that was later edited by an enthusiastic Christian copyist, because some elements of it seem to be, acceptable for a writing Jew of the first century to write, but others just so far out of line, such as this phrase, he was the Messiah. I mean, if he was the Messiah in Jewish thought, history stops at that point, right? He's the king, he takes over the population and creates Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically, and that obviously didn't happen. It would be strange for Josephus to write that, and so on and so forth. So many have opined, it seems like the balance exposed, that this particular passage is not really Josephus' writing. The first time it appears in a corroborating quotation is in the work of Eusebius, the church historian from the late 3rd, early 4th century. And so most scholars assume that this particular passage was somehow inserted between Josephus' death at the end of the 1st century and the time that Eusebius saw it a couple hundred years later. But at any rate, what I can say in this context is that we don't have any other corroborating information outside of Christian sources that gives a sense of what Jews at that time actually thought about the early Christian movement. We will have some discussion that appears later, towards the end of the 1st century, and certainly going into the 3rd century. We'll talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue, and how the synagogue looks backward upon the events that became so important for the emerging Christian movement, but at the time they did not really make a ripple in the Jewish sources that we have. Anyway, a lot more to say about this. Let us continue with the next lecture and look specifically at Jesus in the larger context of his Jewish audience. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we've had a look at the political background of the region of Judea and the environs in the beginning of the 1st century, I'd like to turn our attention to one specific biography that, of course, has tremendous significance for not only Jewish history, but world history. This is a topic that may attract a certain amount of welcome attention. The comment box is filled with a lot of unwelcome, unhelpful additions. And so if you see that I've turned off the comments, it means that I've just given up. And the video was really important in our discussion of the Jewish history in the ancient world, because obviously this was a turning point for much of world history that had phenomenal impact on Jews over the following millennia. We certainly can't ignore this important chapter. So let us focus our attention today on the historical pieces. Let's try to understand from a biographical perspective, from a historical perspective, who was this person and how did he relate to a Jewish environment? It of course goes without saying that he himself was Jewish, that virtually all of his audience was Jewish, virtually everyone he interacted with was Jewish. It was only later, next generation with all of them, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile phenomenon. That is something that the majority of adherents are not ethnically Jewish. But let's focus today on Jesus' own life, what we mean about it. We're going to go to the post-Jesus period, under Paul, and later in the quest for historical Jesus is not a new one. And there are many attempts to try and figure out, based on the Gospels, what exactly like. We should recall that the New Testament, that is, the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the so-called Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures, which really constitute kind of a national library of spirituality, covering hundreds and hundreds of years and many, many different voices. Of course, original Jewish thought, the first 5 books were dictated by God to Moses. A lot more to say about it, but not necessarily. And then the subsequent volumes were all inspired by God in some way, but have specific authors and are located in a particular time and place and context. The New Testament is rather different. It has, a tremendous amount of concentration by a small group of authors on a very specific topic in one particular place and time in concentration. There are 4 distinct biographies of Jesus in the form of the 4 Gospels, for example, and of course lots of material from the later that follow. Of the 4 Gospels, the first 3 are called the Synoptic Gospels because they more or less kind of line up with each other. Not precisely. There are some difficulties, details that are added in some of the Synoptic Gospels, not in others, apparent contradictions between them, and so for hundreds of years there have been attempts to try and create a single gospel based on those 3. The 4th gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots more material. It has a different tone in many ways. So out of these 4 basic sources, can we actually create a historical picture of Jesus? So lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting, I think, is that of none other than Thomas Jefferson, who created this book here. This is actually in his own hand, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, as we can see, literally from the Gospel. And here's what he actually did. He actually took a razor, edited out passages that he felt were redundant or perhaps nonsensical because he didn't like miraculous events, and he tried to create a human biography by removing lots of excess material and by combining the Gospels to create one kind of coherent whole. Kids, I do not recommend you try this at home. It will get you in a lot of trouble if you take a razor to your Bible and try to remove passages from it. But nevertheless, this is a very difficult enterprise. What kind of sources try to understand the historical? So obviously we have the Christian scriptures. The earliest are the letters of Paul that note date after the death of Jesus. So we don't have any contemporary sources, although the Gospels and others may have been inspired were by oral tradition. We don't have any contemporary sources. The only one that we have written down is by 10 or 20 after the death of Jesus. Then we have a couple of passages in Jesus. We talked about one, the Testimonium Young, the most important one in the last video. But the references in Jesus are less about Jesus and more about Christians, especially the ones written towards the end of his life. And then we have Tacitus, one of the authors, was not necessarily a very charitable of Jews and by extension of Christians. And again, just by passing reference is not really very helpful to flesh out biography. We have some fascinating material from non-canonical texts, like the Gospels of Thomas and Mary and Peter that were discovered elsewhere. These are, for example, like we discussed with the Book of Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian canon that formed the Bible, but were still circulating in antiquity. Then we have the Church Fathers, and of course, we have the Standard being written so much later, essentially relying on the kind of materials that we still have preserved, in some cases perhaps that has been lost. finally, we have the Talmud that, again, is written much later, a few years after the events described, and although they may rely on oral traditions as well, one of the important things about understanding the Talmud as a historical source is that, the rabbis in the Talmud, it's not really fair to ask them to teach us history. They're trying to teach us religion, specifically Judaism. And so they're saying much about how Judaism views Jesus, again, at some distance and perhaps in a allegorical manner and so on. But anyway, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as a scholarly consensus. And no, I'm talking about a scholarly consensus, not necessarily that of a believer. As we have Jews who revere the Hebrew scriptures as, inspired word of God in one form or another, the assessment of the validity, specifically the historicity of the text we're describing to Christians, depends a lot on how you approach those things. If we boil down just what scholars have done, they basically say the following. The general consensus that was a historical person who actually lived somewhere between 6 before the Common Era until about the year 26 to 36 of the Common Era. And for those of you who may not have watched some of the previous videos, when I mentioned that the terms BC, before Common Era, and Common Era generally replace before Christ and Anno Domini, BC and AD, because the term used generally by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. So please don't be offended by it. That is actually so we know roughly when we can patch things together from Roman records, other Judean sources, and so on. We know that he spent his youth in Nazareth, which is in the Galilee region. We know that he was baptized by John the Baptist. A lot of interesting things to say about the relationship between them, but we know that he debated and taught religion and morality with other Jews primarily. In this map here, some of his also time in Egypt as a child, his Israel. And finally, he was crucified by the Romans under Pontius Pilate and procurator of Israel. That's basically what we know. What we don't know is huge, and specifically when we try to understand it in the context of the Jewish community, because he was a first century Jew. How did his community understand what he was saying? We don't know, for example, what exactly was his relationship to the Torah and to Judaism. What was his relationship to receiving the ferment in the day? And what was his relationship to Judaism vis-a-vis his relationship to non-Jews or Gentiles? Really big question. Let me give you a couple of examples of why we know and what are the kind of parameters of the debate. Let us recall that the teaching of Jesus that we have today did not come to us unmediated from a first century Jewish source. It primarily come to us through Greek translation of what Jesus would have said. He would have spoken Aramaic, perhaps a little bit of Koine, which is kind of like a Greek, not exactly a dialect, but a form of Greek, let's say, that was common throughout the region. But the texts that we have are all Greek. And when you translate a text, you get so fast that it must distort it. And especially cultures so radically different as the culture of Athens and the culture of Jerusalem. We spoke about this a little bit when we talked about the Maccabean before. So just one example, in Jerusalem, Jews understood the model of the prophet, the holy man, who came with a rebuke from God and was sending a message, because otherwise God would get involved in history. Like, consider, for example, God speaks to Jonah and says, get thee to Nineveh, Babylonia, and tell those people they're going to be destroyed. And, the story there, that's fascinating. Athens, on the other hand, has much of a model of the holy man who is a philosopher, like Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, who contemplates the forms and the ideals, and does not necessarily engage in the world. and does not come with a burning message that God wants people to behave differently. A lot of things that change as the authors of the text of the New Testament convey these ideas to a Greek audience. Furthermore, what exactly is writing this down, and do they have a specific agenda that is tied to crucifixion? Paul, especially important, and is speaking to, and we'll look at a couple of examples. We're trying to understand Jesus' teachings in Jewish context. Just look at the three areas that they identified. First of all, on Judaism. In some passages in the Gospels, in particular, you have debates between sometimes rabbis and Jesus about specific practices, such as, for example, hand washing. Now, if you are not familiar with Jewish practice, reading this, why are they wash their hands before they eat? Doesn't everybody wash their hands before they eat? Are they insinuating it's not clean or something? Is this something like hygiene? Of course, if you understand it within the Jewish context, you know right away that they're not talking about washing one's hands. They're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to rabbinic law, in which there is a specific rule laid down, a halakha, that says that before you say over bread, you must wash your hands in a ritual format. Some discussion about why that is so. But it was really a marker of affiliation with the Jewish community and with the authority of the rabbis to agree to that practice. There's a famous passage in the Talmud, is imprisoned by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba, a very small measure of water, and keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular commandment of the rabbis, because he respects the authority. So they did not ask him about hand washing, about other issues like healing on Shabbat and so on, but they're trying to find out, like, are you part of the Pharisaic? Are you not? And some of the answers that Jesus provides suggest that he is not. Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17, in which it says, I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. By the way, the law is one attempt in Greek to translate Torah. And of course, in the Hebrew context, Torah, which means teaching, as it were, is much larger than law. In fact, law in religion is a word that doesn't mean Hebrew at all. At least not in it's halakha, which is the path, the direction. The law is a novel idea that he has to use to express it. But anyway, so where is he? Is this like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is he trying to support it, perhaps in a revolutionary way? There's a lot of ambiguity, and scholars debate it. Secondly, what about his political ideology? We talked about the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and the Zealots, and so on. There's no question that Jesus is close to the Pharisees, in the sense that siblings will argue more than strangers will because they are closer, they care more about each other. And so it's not surprising that there's a lot of debate over washing the hands. There are some points where Jesus appears to take positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for example, the idea of render unto Caesar what is Caesar, and unto God what is God, which seems to fit the Pharisaic idea of, what, you're not on an empire, let's just pay our taxes, keep our heads down, and occupy ourselves with our individual. But on the other hand, he's like a zealot, intent on disrupting the status quo, such as the dramatic moment in the temple courtyard in which, overturned the changes to that, which is, by the way, a widely message. So that would be much more of a zealot kind of message. By the way, if you want to get into the nuts and bolts of I highly recommend the Jewish animated view by Oxford, which has some amazing essays about and all kinds of, and then of course the entire New Testament with lots of fantastic footnotes that will especially helpful not familiar with the large Jewish context. I am familiar with the Jewish context, but not so much with the New Testament environment, politically, it's hard to place Jews and Gentiles fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people interacted with, maybe less so when he went out to the region, which is Lebanon, but certainly in Judea, for example, he interacted with Jews. What would he have said about Gentiles? We can read something backwards from the later works, for example, James, who is based in Jerusalem, is apparently placed in charge of gospel to the circumcised. And by the way, circumcised versus uncircumcised is sort of a binary that exists in Hebrew scripture. James in Jerusalem is in charge of speaking to Jews, and Paul is placed in charge of the gospel to the uncircumcised. This is a different gospel. And we see that there's some conflict occasionally about, well, like, how are these populations supposed to interact? If you have Jewish Christians, for example, sitting down at a meal with Gentile Christians, meaning Christian believers who are of non-Jewish ethnic origin. And what does that mean in terms of the law? Is Jesus talking about Christianity being Judaism plus, meaning that Jews continue to observe the Sabbath, the dietary laws, circumcision, and so on, and this new teaching? Or is this something completely new that wipes out all of the requirements, especially for Gentiles, only for Gentiles, for everybody? These are really large and important questions that are difficult to answer given the expansive nature of the New Testament. Let us now discuss the end of Jesus' life, which of course is extremely important for later Jewish history. This period is called the Passion, and what you're looking at on the screen here is a very powerful work by Marc Chagall, a European Jewish artist. It's called La Crucifixion Blanche, the White Crucifixion, and as you can see from just a cursory look, that he's so clearly identified as a Jew. Surrounding the crucified Jesus is, on the left, you see apparently a Jew in San Benito, which is reminiscent of the later Spanish Inquisition, and a Jew holding a Torah scroll who's fleeing for his life with a look of fear in his face. You see examples of Torah scrolls being desecrated, fed to the flames, women crying. Of course, this painting was created in 1938, a very momentous time on the eve of World War II. Jews as refugees, boats, clearly desperate, perhaps evocative of the pogroms of 1919. You see, maybe that's the Red Army there with the red flags. Let me take myself out for a second. There's a scene here with the synagogue on fire and someone apparently reaching in to take the Torah. It looks like he has an armband. I'm not exactly sure. Meant to be evocative of a Nazi, perhaps, to destroy the Torah. I don't know. Above his head, meanwhile, fly these angelic beings. They're clearly distressed. Who do they represent? Jesus' ancestors, perhaps, his descendants. Clearly, they're disturbed by the way in which not only Jesus was crucified, but all the suffering that had followed. My teacher in this period was a great scholar named Alan Davies at the University of Toronto. He would speak about the Passion. He would emphasize how in basic Christian theology, this is really ground zero level. Jesus was not killed by the Jews. We're not blamed for the death of Jesus. Because that goes exactly the opposite direction of how theology is taught. The whole point is that Christ died for our sins, and many other choices, that Jesus died to save the entire world, right? It's not a servant, the Passover lamb, that God so loved the world. This is the message. To displace the blame for the death onto another people, exactly the opposite of what this passage means. Now, I am hardly a Christian theologian, but that's Catholic law, when we get to military Catholic, evaluated 20 years after the Holocaust, what have we been saying about the Jews? Let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. Millennia Jews have been haunted in charge of that is the idea that Jews killed Jesus, the killing of God, and this has been extremely difficult anti-Semitism, and we'll come back to another context later. But let us focus as we are now in this review on the actual biography of Jesus. Try to understand how he was put to death and why. No question, scholars agree that trial presented in the Gospel is ahistorical. It does not make sense by what we know of Jewish law. It could not have happened as described there. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? Well, his trial does not in any way conform to how a Jewish court would work, how the Sanhedrin would work, even if they could mete out that penalty for this period. And it just doesn't make sense. Was he tried for political insurrection of some kind? Possible, but on the other hand, if that were the case, why wouldn't his followers also be killed? It's hard to reconstruct what actually happened from the accounts that we have in the Gospel. We can't say, however, that the text really emphasizes the way in which the Romans wanted to mock Jesus as a Jewish leader. You can see here from the close-up in the Chagall painting, the Gospels describe how the letters I-N-R-I were posted above his cross, which stands for Rex Theorum, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. And Chagall wanted to underline this messianic aspect to it by writing Yeshu HaNotzri Malka Didoy, Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion on this is very much. I'm not a specialist in this area, but it seems to me that there may have been some elements of the Jewish community who regarded as a troublemaker, rabble rouser, who was upsetting the status quo in a helpful way. He also clearly had a certain critical mass of followers that would go on to build this church that had such tremendous impact. But I get the feeling that this was primarily an act of Roman caprice, that he crossed the wrong person at the wrong time, and life was in the first century. There were thousands of essentially stand out as receiving due process and so many other nameless victims not. It stretches. It's also important to note, by the way, that much of the description of the passion that we receive from later sources offers considerable more detail, often with a much more negative connotation towards Jewish participation. And this is certainly correlated with increasing gentilization of the church, meaning as the church becomes less and less of a Jewish family affair, as a Jewish mishpacha, so to speak, and becomes much more of a global movement that attracts Romans, Greeks, Scythians, whatever, then it becomes much more of an us versus them kind of phenomenon. It's much easier to blame the them. Let me leave the passion, however, by discussing one line of which is especially and difficult for Jewish history. That is the so-called blood cry. The passage that's recorded in the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 25, in which, and again, this is very historical, but Pontius Pilate, the procurator, says to the gathered Jews, I'm going to let you have one of my slated for death. Go free. Would you like to have Jesus go free or Barabbas? As the gospel describes, the people say Barabbas, and Pontius Pilate says, but that means I will kill Jesus. The response of the Jews has been defined as this blood cry, phrase, his blood be on us and on our children. Jews take responsibility, and so do future generations. Now, many scholars have argued that given when the Gospel according to Matthew was composed, probably immediately after the destruction of the temple, in the context of the ritual, this is a reflection on the very next generation. Meaning it's kind of like a prefigurement of what would happen a generation after Unfortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken as justification by some for anti-Semitic violence, arguing that all Jews at all time have somehow accepted responsibility for Jesus' death, which is a discussion. exactly opposite. 1983, basically, college side, not to blame, but this makes me comfortable. Let's next go how the church evolved, how the separation the Jewish community all of them sounded off like and how they evolving changes internal Jewish much larger global phenomenon.
Literally zero idea of
Thank
what
you
you're
very much
talking
for
about
watching.
because I don't have a fucking girlfriend. Two, this is Ben asked me. Wait, you're just taking like 4 shots.
That previous video was a very hard one to this because I'm not interested in offending anyone. And promoting a particular point of view in history other than what seems to make sense to me. And but it's hard to avoid it in topics such as history. But again, I'm a little bit more comfortable now away from the founder of Christianity. Look at people who are revered by Christians around to understand how the church is so far. Let's begin that discussion now. Undoubtedly, to understand the direction that Christianity is after Jesus' death is we have to Paul of also known as Saint Paul. Now, Paul never actually met Jesus in conventional real life. He encountered God on the road to Damascus. Here's an amazing depiction of this from the 17th century church. There is a dramatic posture with the angelic host. And in the story that Paul describes, once he sees the risen Jesus, he's struck blind for several days, incapacitated. He eventually comes to his senses and realizes that he's got to go on a mission, talk about Jesus, teaching him to loud as look at how a horse is essentially how it face. That's really something to admire. Not his at any rate, back to Paul. He goes on a massive journey to devote his life exploring the eastern Mediterranean. He goes to Asia Minor and the Italian Peninsula. Really preaches attention even to the primarily Jewish audiences in the diaspora and to fellow travelers with those small diaspora communities whenever possible, and reaching out beyond the Jewish community to talk about what Jesus said and what it means for society. Now, it is at this point we should understand that Christianity has a tremendous amount to offer peoples of the world. It took some of the key ideas of Judaism, such as life after death, a big plus, a personal deity that actually listens to prayer, that is full of mercy, that has requirements of humanity, that holds humanity to task, that there is a mission for humanity. All kinds of really amazing things, of course, attaching religion.
I just did an interview and I plugged the coin more than 3 times. I told Aiden Ross to buy it at least twice, and Eddie, the owner of Chick, to buy it, and he's a billionaire. Can you please come to the VC? I want to talk to the community if possible.
And in order to make that leap, one would have to admit if one were a male. And of course, all the ritual commandments like maintaining the dietary laws, observing the Sabbath, and so on. And these things are quite onerous, especially if you don't appreciate how amazingly beneficial they are. So there are a lot of Gentiles who are attracted to these ideas, maybe attracted to Judaism itself, but not necessarily willing to undertake those kind of responsibilities. And Paul finds the most obvious questions he's going to be asked is like, so what's different between you and other Jews? And he's got
Yo,
to
more
explain
light.
the relationship
Just a moment.
between virgin ideology
Hey,
and
apologies.
the mother.
This coin's gonna blow the fuck up. Okay, let me say why. I just did an interview where it's with Sam Bond. That's like a pretty big streamer on Kick. But the key thing that I did in the stream was I plugged a bunch of shit. And I did shout outs to like a ton of people, including the coin. So let me talk about the coin when I talked about it. I talked about it. So there were over 500 people were watching at the time. That's the biggest audience I've ever had in an interview where they're not like, you know, that's good. I don't know how many of those are real. Okay, so the reason why I'm not showing it to you right now, he's still in the stream, so I have to wait till the stream ends. I'm gonna record it and I'm gonna post it to the community, and we'll, upload and Twitter it and everything. Okay, so what do I say about it? I say it's the best community ever. That it's like just having an all-time high. That like when I started, it was less than a cent, and that it's now keep in mind I have to say this all really really quickly. Like 2 weeks ago, it was like 7 cents because it's like maybe like I don't know 4 weeks ago now. At this point, shit, it's not where it is now, and now it's like where I said like $310 million. I know it's like it's trust me, it's gonna blow up more than that. Yeah. So I said, so I talk about that. Okay, then when I'm doing shout outs to people, the last thing I end my Aiden shout out, like I tell them like, thank you so much for letting me be streaming your Discord. It's really nice to be like community, really nice. I really appreciate it. And then I said, hey, rumor has it that you might be buying Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I'm just telling you to do it now. Eddie, you need to do it now. Buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The reason why it's the best cryptocurrency is because it's backed by data. It has essentially its entire timeline is backed by data, and no other coin can say that. I've been live in their Telegram for more than a year, and every moment essentially has been recorded of that, and no other coin has its story archived. So I said it then. Then when I was talking to and then I also said at the end of that, and Eddie Craven, I said, Eddie, you need to buy it too. Um, and then when else do I plug it? And then I talk about the community and I say how supportive you guys are and that I've been streaming in here, absolutely, and that we've seen lows and highs and we're only going to see even higher highs and we're going to take this thing to the moon. And like I couldn't get into like it's going to be the world reserve currency or anything like that. Like literally, I am hitting people, but here's why this is really really big. Hey, what's going on, Russia? Here's why this is a really big interview is because look, I wouldn't normally do this, but like I'm just gonna read you because I've read it, and so you can just hear what I say. So I know exactly how I plug it. Okay, so this is what I say, and it's a little long, but it was in an interview, and you're gonna hear it. Okay, so I say, please join my Discord.me. Okay, and I tell them how to get to me. Then at least with the coin, I say well, let me just say, like, I say that I stand up for women in my stream, and at first he's like, well, what did you do to women? I'm like, no, I mean to say I'm an advocate for them. I don't like the double standard that a man can show their nipples and a woman cannot. I don't think it's okay to discriminate against someone based on the color of their skin or the content. And he was like, oh, I totally agree with that. So that was cool. And then I say I'm going to do some shout outs and I also say, like, look, some of these guys could be axe murderers. I don't know. But I'm just telling you, of like the last 6 months, I've literally spammed them every fucking day, multiple times. I created clips of them. Like, I showed them off how my bot works and everything. So I say, to all of Kick, thank you for having the courage to let the world into your life. You all have become part of my life. You're become part of my digital family. I see your faces thousands of times a day. I love every one of them. Shout out to Sam Bond. So then I do a shout out right to him. I say, thank him for the opportunity to be interviewed. He's an influential person, and like basically just check out his content. And then I say to Eddie, thank you for creating such an amazing platform. I look forward to a day when I can be unbanned. I recognize why I'm banned and I accept it. CEOs should be like Eddie, and I rip into CEOs in this thing. So, but this is important. because I have the power over all these people. Eddie is open and contactable. Eddie meets with the platform personally. Please check out Eddie's weekly stream for great insights on the future of the platform. If you are going to gamble, use stake. If you are going to stream, use kick. Santa Maria. So this is their head admin guy, and so somebody sent him a middle finger candle and said that I did it, but I didn't do it. You guys know how broke I am. I have no money to be sending stuff, and that's not my personality. Look up somebody's address and send it to. That's kind of malicious. So, but he did an unboxing, and they said it was for me, and it was like, no, I didn't do that. Anyway, so I told him that like I wouldn't look up his address. I was impersonated, but and this wouldn't be the first time. But I apologize, like that somebody did that on my behalf. It's not cool in my book. And then I tell him that I think he's really smart and he's building Kick into being the best platform possible. Like basically, I'm humanizing myself and my bots and like explaining to them like I see what they do every day. I know their platform better than anybody. Basically, I tell him like if I can ever advise him about how to make Kick as best as possible, I'd be happy to just provide him the information because I've seen it from the opposite side as a user. Um, Aiden Ross, thank you for letting me stream in your Discord. You and your community are very nice for letting me do that. I look forward to making you even more successful one day and hopefully being your friend. Rumor has it you were going to buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new. Do so. Eddie should do so as well. It is a cryptocurrency based on data. So that's what I said. Okay, I talk about it more though. Then I say, but here's what here's why I did this. I said, and I'm gonna do this right when this thing publishes. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna clip every single one of these people and go on YouTube and then at them so that they all see it. And I ask them within this, will you please watch this on your stream so that people will have watched this because I go through like every fucking major kick streamer. So the next person I do, Amaran, thank you for letting me spam you. I think you are a decent hearted individual and a trailblazer for women, especially in gaming. I respect how much you stream so much. Your grind is amazing. Neon, I tell him to let his moderators know to let me like stop with the permanent bans. Just because one person had one opinion of you 18 months ago, should you still be banned from their Discord? And that moderator's not even there anymore. This like permanent bannage kind of deal is just a little, I think, strict. Straight Savage, thank you so much. Like, it's worse than jail because basically you can get a permanent ban and that lasts for the rest of your life. But jail is like, hey, we say that you've done your time, but not with the internet. Okay, X Straight Savage, exactly. So then, I shout out like individuals, like, but you guys won't know who they are. But let me get to there's one girl with whom I streamed. I say that she's incredibly intelligent. Check out her stream and follow her on social media. She has a beautiful mind as she does a soul. We played chess against each other in a live chat or in a live stream. Um, and she's the only girl I've ever collaborated with. So I do a little bit of an extra like shout out to her. Then Ori is another big streamer. I nail all these. Okay, then I talk about Mr. Beast and I call out Mr. Beast. If anybody who's ever called out anybody like you should be excited. I want to see this fucking interview, Rabbi, because it's like I'm gonna call out I call out Mr. Beast. I say, Mr. Beast, shout out to you for being the biggest individual YouTuber currently. Once I go viral, though, you are done. DONE. I have literally 100 times more content than you do. My content is raw and uncut. People in the future will want raw footage. Enjoy your time at the top for now. Rabbi Rothschild is the biggest YouTuber ever. Mr. Beast, I watch you compare yourself to T Series, and you may not perhaps have never. I love India and I look forward to overtaking your channel. Then I talk about that Sniper Wolf girl. Just saying that she's a good female gamer. A Flax Life, he did an interview. He interviewed me a few weeks ago, and I just shout out to him. I talk about some other people. I talk about this one big streamer, Sam. He's just at Sam on YouTube. Like, how the fuck aren't you going to be successful if you're at Sam on YouTube? You would have to fuck that up so fucking badly. Oh, you're at Sam. Oh, okay, you're at good. Oh, wow, the at good. Like, who the fuck is going to not like your channel? Anyway, so at Sam, he's got a lot of drive. I say shout out to him. Okay, then I say, oh, this was an interesting one. Shout out to Haley Welch. This is Hawk Tua girl. I didn't say that though. I said, yeah. So the reason why I say that, I say welcome to Kick because she's a Kick streamer. Great job handling the spotlight with a good heart. I don't say anything about spit on that thing. I didn't do anything like that. Like I treated her normally. And then exactly. And then I say shout out to, and then a bunch of the female streamers. I say Ali Bowler, Demi Suggs, Cornelius the Cat. See, here's the thing: people can clip this shit. Violet Brandini, Nikki Benz, Bouncing Angel, I Holly, Thief, Wood Bailey, The Layaway, Lauren Shea, LA, Nikki Tude, Miss Info Blinks, and all of the other streamers on Kick. Shout out to. And then I name a bunch of dude streamers on here. And then I say that they're all extremely talented and creative. And then I do this thing. Shout out to the non-English speakers. There are just some people who stream all the time, but since I don't know what they're talking about, I just shout out to them. What like two of them are Finnish, one of them's and then a couple are Spanish. So then I do this thing to Spanish speech streamers. I say shout out to the Spanish streamers. I love you. Shout out to this one streamer, Razo97. I say Razo97 is going to be bigger than Neon. Shout out to all of you who love Lionel Messi. Shout out to everyone who plays FIFA. Shout out to and then I named some of these streams. And then I actually on the stream
Más bien,
use this thing.
9797 va a ser más grande que el anterior.
I-
Un saludo a todos los que aman a Lionel. Un saludo a Messi. Un saludo a todos los que juegan a FIFA. Y luego nombraré a algunos de estos.
So, like, whatever the hell that thing said. But basically, like, I'm trying to build bridges here. Then I say, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu to the moon. This is the best community in Web3. We started when, we started from a Twitter space and we'll continue until the moon. And then I say, shout out to Web3 on Twitter spaces because that's the epicenter of cryptocurrency. And it is. Then I say, then this may like if anything I say controversial, it's this, but I stand by it, and I'm going to use my um time to basically the spotlight to be able to say what I want, and I say I want to improve technology. Tim Cook, you're fired at Apple. My phone sucks. Everybody's phone sucks. iPhone hasn't had a major improvement in a decade. All they do is change phone colors. We need Steve Wozniak as Apple CEO. Alphabet, Google, YouTube, Sunu Pichai, I don't go into them too badly, but I basically say that Google sucks now. It used to be better. And of any company that should have had a head start on AI, it's Google. It shouldn't have been open AI, yet they already have been overtaken, and it's kind of a joke under him. Microsoft, I lay into Satya Nadella. Well, I just say, why is it that like Windows 11's terrible, Windows 8's terrible? My computer, even though I say like don't update all the time, it just updates whenever it wants. It's slow. It Windows 95, I even say was the best platform, the best operating system they've ever had, and it's gone downhill. Then I lay into Zuckerberg. I even talk about his wife. I say that I hope Priscilla can be a good influence on him because everything that he launches fails basically. Uh, like Facebook just goes for people's data, and Instagram. I don't say all this, so I won't even say. But basically, this is how I feel. Instagram, he bought. WhatsApp, he bought, and then he like changed the name of the company and nobody really wanted to get on board. And now he tried to, sell it as Meta. And I say this of any person who's going to sell the metaverse, yeah, I can. Why? Because I've lived online, and I say that I even say on there that I'm the person who can get people into the metaverse, but it's not going to be Mark Zuckerberg. I say people don't trust him. Then I say to Bezos, I say, what did I say about him? I said he's like he spends so much money on space tourism, which is really cool, but people are starving here on Earth, and it would be great if he could dedicate some of that money to clothing people and housing people and feeding the hungry. Then I said Elon Musk. I said thank you for buying Twitter. It still sucks, but it sucks less than it did. You need to push updates faster though. I don't really lay into him at all. That's it. Then I really I shout out a lot of people in Judaism. Shout out to Chabad Lubavitch. Shout out to Young Israel. Shout out to Beth Jacob. I want you all to know that I love you and I look forward to going viral so we can reunite. I miss you all dearly. Shout out to the breast lovers. Shout out to the breast lovers, all the Hasidic world, the Haredi, the Satmars, the Bobovs, the Klausenbergers, the Slonim, the Totals, Aharon, non-Hasidic Orthodox people, humanist Jews, everyone. I tell them that they need to improve their Yiddish and Hebrew, and I also say their Aramaic. I said, spread the word. A rabbi has more data than anyone. This is a big deal. If you're Jewish, please spread my streams and Discord with every Jew you know. We're bringing the band back together, my mishpacha, my family. And then I say shout out to Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi and Professor Henry Abramson for making your content so widely available to the world. You will be seen as pillars of Judaism for generations to come. And I know this sounds like an acceptance speech at the Academy Awards, and I fucking turned it into that. Why? Because I'm getting the richest motherfuckers on board. Shout out to my family. Shout out to the Astors, the Bundys, the Carnegies, the Collinses, the DuPonts, the Lees, the Merovingian bloodline, the Reynoldses, the Russells, the Rockefellers, the Van Duns, the Vanderbilts, the Warburgs, and the Windsor families. Rabbi says hello. Thank you to Joe Rogan for providing so much content. Your podcast has changed the world. I look forward to you watching my streams. I look forward to watching you watching my streams of me watching your podcast and being your friend someday. Shout out to Larry David, Jerry Seinfeld, Joey Diaz, Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, Roseanne, Sarah Silverman, Nikki Glazer, Bill Maher, Eddie Murphy, Jimmy O. Yang, Dennis Miller, Margaret Cho, Whoopi Goldberg, Joan Rivers, R.I.P., The Goat, and all of the comedians out there. Shout out to all the comedians out there, especially female comedians. You all help to bring humor to a world that desperately needs it. Shout out to everyone by whom I have ever been educated. I am fortunate to say I've never had a bad teacher. I have learned from every teacher I have ever had. Thank you all for the efforts that you have made to make me successful. Shout out to everyone with whom I've ever attended school. Shout out to everyone from preschool, elementary school, high school, university, and all the classes I've ever attended. Shout out to all the scientists, the engineers, teachers, nurses, doctors, first responders, and everyone else who keeps the world running. Shout out to all the people everywhere who want world peace. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Thank you for the opportunity to communicate my appreciation to you. Please contact me anytime 24/7 at discord.me/rabbi. With that said, I will do my best to answer any questions you may have. And then I answered a bunch of questions from their chat for like the whole thing was like an hour. And so as soon as he stops streaming, I'm gonna fucking clip this. This is of any video that I've ever had. I fucking hit everybody. I hit the 13 richest families in the world. So that's a thing, but in a very positive manner. And all the biggest like up and coming streamers that there are, like people who can get this out to other people. I think it's got a good chance. So it's exciting. So buy Harry Potter Obama San Canino. Oh, let me say this. Excellent. I mean, they're falling right into our trap. This is the trap. They're falling right into it. Excellent. So you should be really excited. Oh, I absolutely will. So here's what I'm going to do. Once it's done, it's going to take me a little while because I have to download it from there. Okay, just to give you an idea of how ass backwards I have to do this. Because their video could be like 13 hours long or 16 hours long. Sometimes they do 48 hours and all kinds of long streams. I need to be able to cut that. Now, I don't, his probably won't. He'll be like 3 or 4 hours. But once it's done, I have to go to my phone and um, screen record the interview. Basically, it's the easiest way that I have found that it's already on my phone and it's perfect, exactly what I want. You know, I don't have to like use editing software. I take that and then what I do is make sure that it looks good on different devices, and then I will upload that to YouTube, my main at Rabbi Rothschild YouTube, and then I will link to that and then let people in the chat know and what they think of it. And then what I'm going to do is start clipping every single person who I mention. I'm going to do like, okay, at Amaranth on YouTube, and I'll clip her on Instagram and all kinds of other shit, and then I'll put it in the chat like, hey, here's more shit. And if anybody has the opportunity to upvote it, please do, because we're going to hit on so many different wavelengths on this one, especially when it comes to streamers who are attainable or who are communicatable. They're easy to reach because, like some of these people I name have hundreds of thousands of people who watch them. Other people, it's just hundreds. So if we can get to some of them, especially on other channels on social media, and say, hey, watch this on your platform, on your stream. I mean, I say that right at the beginning. I say, clip this. I say, I want to make this the most clipped thing in the history of Kick. And I say earlier, I clip more. I say 50% of all clips on Kick have my Discord in them. I show them how my bot works live, and I explain to Eddie that like I can be helpful to them because I can show them how to avoid some of this stuff. Not that that's why I'm doing it. I just want to be a nice person. Now they may say, well then stop spamming. And I say in this, I spam for world peace, but I also tell them this is coming to an end. I'm becoming more and more famous. Right now I'm in 12 different discords, and like eventually somebody is gonna fucking see this and be like, holy fuck. So once that happens, well, so right now, just to give you an idea, I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm live in I Show Speed. Do you know who I Show Speed is? Yeah, exactly. So I'm live in his Discord, and I do shout out to him. Yeah, and basically here's the thing: when you're really good, people invent things to cover up your to like plug your loopholes. So a loophole that I find is, like I know all the loopholes. I look at a system and I just start looking for loopholes, and it shows with what I do with social media and all this other shit. So I see a loophole in Discord. Basically, you can just live stream in a Discord once you do enough chatting. So I build bots that basically just post like emojis every 2 minutes or so that it doesn't just look like it's a random bot. It just is like not that often. And then I keep an eye on them. And whenever anybody accuses me of being a bot, I type to them right away. What do you mean I'm a bot? I'm just spreading positivity. And they're like, oh, okay, one love, or whatever. And exactly. And some of these you have to literally spam 24/7 for like several days. Like it's a lot of fucking spam. So, because you're supposed to emulate months worth of some fucking 19-year-old kid who has nothing else to do but communicate in a fucking Discord, and you're supposed to emulate that in a matter of like days. So I have to turn these bots on. But what I've done, I used one to get an I show speeds, and then I built another bot. People fucking love to do this. Aiden Ross, I've been live in his for 6 months, and when I first started there, his team did this, they would just they wouldn't ban me. They would just kick me out of the call, which means I have to get up and click it, and it's fucking annoying. Like it's across the room, and it's like fuck every time. So what I did is I built a bot that whenever they kick me out, it immediately brings me back, and it's really fucking amazing because they're like, how the hell did he do that? We're watching him live on a stream, and he just brought himself right back in. And who else builds a bot custom for like somebody's Discord? And it's not that hard. It's like really easy. So anyway, I'm live in iShow Speed, and okay, so where else am I? Aiden Ross. Where else? Well, I was live in Neon's. If you know who that is, but here's the weird thing. Neon banned me, not for anything bad, not for anything bad. What did I do? I what did I do? I just started streaming my life 24/7 in there, and that was um I became persona non grata in a lot of discords. And I understand people are going to think that I'm going to spam their Discord like I spam their kick. They don't realize I'm very well behaved in kick. I'm very well behaved in kick. So there's no nudity. There's no or I'm very well behaved in Discord, I should say. And kick, I'll spam the shit out of you. But in Discord, I'm very well behaved. So at least in this I show speed, they I should say in Neon's, I was like banned from there, and I didn't really care until yesterday when they brought me back. Why? Because they see that I'm live in who in Aiden Ross's and iShow Speed now, and they're like, oh shit, like we want to be on board with this person because that's a really good idea. Get into the discords of the biggest streamers and just stream your life. You're gonna go viral faster than a motherfucker. I mean, you're gonna be bigger than all of those combined. So it's kind of a loophole that I see called VC camping. Now, here's my argument. I say, where is VC camping against the rules? And they're like, well, it's not in the rules. And I say, well, then why the fuck can't I live in your fucking VC? And they're like, well, you just can't. I'm like, okay, then put it in your rules. It's absolutely fine if I can't, but put it in your rules. They're like, we're not going to put it in the rules. I said, okay, well then basically you're discriminating against me for some unknown reason because it's obviously that you don't want to publish this rule. Why don't you want to publish it? Why is it just on me? If it's on everybody on the Discord, that's fine. That's how it needs to be. Put it as a rule and I'll leave and I'll go on my own way. But until that's a rule, then it's up to some fucking unpaid 18-year-old moderator who doesn't know his ass from a hole in his head, and he just thinks it's funny to ban me. And you watch, I'm banned 7 years later because of that punk, and he grows up and he totally forgets that he did it, and he moves on his way, and that's what happens. That's why the perma ban is so dangerous. So with that said, I created a bot that just fucks them over, and so even on the stream, I show that bot. What else do I do? I do a room tour, and it was just like I'm very very excited to hear. I've seen some clips of it. So on Kick, you can see clips, and I posted them. I have I haven't I'll be posting on Twitter from an account called HPOS10I example. So it's just Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, but with the word example after it. And the reason why it's that is it isn't tied to Rabbi Rothschild at all. It's fine if it gets banned now. It's no big. It's a small account, it has 100 followers or something, but it's enough so that it's really easy for our team to be like, oh, I just have to retweet whatever's coming from that account, and or it can be retweeted from something else. I don't care. But this is I hit so many different people that it's really easy for me to just go at Joe Rogan, at Joey Diaz. Well, he's really mad flavor on Twitter, but like on all the other shit, just across. And one of the and then what the cool thing is, since I'm really becoming very networked, since like I have Reddit accounts, but they're all basically shadow banned. But I can ask someone in like someone's Discord, like I don't know, Action Man, or do you know who Action Man is, by the way? Okay, so his name is spelled AC7IONMAN, and he's a very big streamer. He's probably like a top 5 streamer on Kick, maybe top 10. And he is uh we were going to do a live call with him. He was unable to pick up. It was a random call. We were supposed to do this interview. I told the community we were supposed to do this interview at like 11:30 Pacific. 11:30 Pacific comes by, nothing. And when you know it, this was so fortunate. I sent them a message. I'm like, hey, I thought we were going to do this. Basically 3 hours go by, and um, one of my phones that is just in this random ass Discord starts ringing, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And the only reason why I knew is because it was vibrating the table. What the fuck is this? I look and it says Sam Bond calling, and I'm like, oh, it's on. And so it was basically like I was at the very beginning of this. You can't really tell. You'll be able to tell because I'm telling you, you can tell like I was literally lying down and I awake and I look at my phone and it's like a call on Discord. Who takes that at random? But I knew who it was. And then I was ready to go. So it's like I had this little letter, this speech ready to go, and I have my spiel where we talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology and traveling the stars and all the other cool stuff. I've got that one all memorized. And, this goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between, time capsule for society, all that. So I was even able to say I have 100 YouTube accounts, I have 200 Instagram accounts, and I was able to say I'm 100 YouTube accounts. Just look at Rabbi Rothschild, 200 and filtered by life, 200 Instagram accounts at Rabbi Rothschild filtered by life, 300 Twitch accounts at Rabbi Rothschild filtered by life, or just at Rabbi Rothschild. Um, Everything's at Rabbi Rothschild except TikTok because my name is too long to be Rabbi Rothschild with anything more than that. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild. That got banned a long time ago. But so I'm Byra Rabbi for 1,000. I have 1,000 of those, and then I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. Did you ever see like I used to have like a ton of Twitter accounts? Did you ever see that? It's okay if you didn't, but like I used to create like Twitter bot and spam everybody. Exactly, 100%. So you remember that exactly. So it did its job. At least you knew what it was, and other people did too who complained about it. And then I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. So this is by far more content than any person has. And like I say, I call out Mr. Beast, and I think this is really funny. If you ever look at Mr. Beast has a bunch of like affiliate accounts, and what I've heard is Mr. Beast is dying to be #1 YouTuber, and he even puts together these graphs that are really, really intense that show like growth charts over the next 10 years between Mr. Beast and T Series. Because T Series is like all of India. So because it's like such a big, like they get like so many views. But I'm going to tap into that. And I mentioned India a lot in this, and that's the world's largest country, especially when it's available to view. Like, you can't view my shit in China, but you can view it in India. So I say I love India twice on this thing. And yeah, definitely. And what else do I say? Um, I was really, really happy how it went. In the, so this happens to me when I'm talking about this stuff. I talk really quickly, and it's a lot of words no one's ever heard before. Like cryogenics um and perhaps like de-extinction. You hear extinction, but now I'm talking about de-extinction, or like it's just a lot that I hit you with. So I understand that a lot of people don't always like get me. Um, but I would say he did. He didn't mock me. Well, hold on. He's a YouTuber or he's a streamer, so he's got to play it up a little bit. But he asked really good questions, and then I took questions from his audience about all kinds of different streamers. And frankly, they asked me about a bunch of streamers that I didn't really know who they were. And I'm like, oh yeah, shout out to that person, shout out to that person, shout out to that person. And they asked me about one guy who's been spreading like STDs to a well, Gucci. His name is Gucci Third Leg. But here's the thing. I go, oh yeah, Gucci Man. I love Gucci Mane. And they're like, oh no, Gucci Third Leg. And I'm like, oh. They're like, he's been spreading STDs to all these like people or whatever. And I'm like, oh no, I meant Gucci Mane. I thought you said Gucci Mane. So I was able to cover. I go, shout out to Gucci Second Leg. Yeah, I don't know that other guy, but yeah, it was very smooth. No big deal. And at the end, people. Okay, so this was a beautiful thing. I have a screenshot of this. Somebody wrote W Rabbi segment, and another person wrote Rabbi is the next Mr. B. And they're exactly exactly. So that's really exciting. So I'm gonna let you go at least from this call. Thank you so much for coming when I wanted you to because I had some cool. Absolutely. So I'm excited for this, and be on the lookout tonight. I know you're always checking in, but I won't tag you for every one of them, but I'm going to tag you for at least the first few. So you see it. I want to hear your opinion. We might even have people come in the VC and tell me what they think because I'm really pushing hard for some influence to buy Harry Potter Bomb Sack 10 Inu. In fact, Sam Bond said he was going to buy some, so that's all really cool. I'll tell you what. Hey, how are you? Dude. Yo. Hey, let me come back on this. Okay. Oh.
of like against. There's a discussion of why Christianity is better that involves why Judaism is worse, why Judaism is less kind of ideology. This obviously has negative connotations and will have negative repercussions, particularly as the debate becomes much more Gentile versus Jew, us versus them. This will be the case over the next few centuries. Where we see this especially clearly is the Ecclesia et Synagoga, the church and synagogue theme, which, to jump ahead for a few centuries to illustrate this point, you see it in Gothic art in particular. Here's the monumental architecture from Strasbourg that shows on the left Ecclesia, which represents the church. And you can see she's got an upright staff, signifying her authority. Her boat is done up properly. She's wearing a crown. You can see that she's holding the Ten Commandments in her left hand, her weaker hand, and upside down. They're falling out of her hands. She's not even attached to the law properly. The staff or spear that represents her authority is broken. She's blindfolded, and she's even in an act of decline. She's like falling away from the law. And this kind of image of contrasting the church to the synagogue, in which the synagogue is the lesser partner, is something that we see over and over again as the church fathers developed it at their kind of another example there from the Church of Notre Dame, and you can see that synagogue has all of the same kind of elements, but her eyes are blinded by a serpent, very clearly in addition to the serpent of Genesis and so on, that is not permitting her to see Christianity. And here's one especially notorious one from the 14th century, stained glass window in Berlin, Germany, that on the left you can see the church crowned by heaven, holding the upright staff, the chalice, and so on, riding a tetramorph of significance. And on the right, the synagogue, broken staff, crown knocked off the head, blindfolded, and just to make sure you got the point, a sword is driving off of her skull, divine displeasure. And one other detail, by the way, before we leave, I find it fascinating that Jesus in this particular image is clearly represented with dark skin, which seems to be something that really energizes a certain portion of my audience. Fascinating representation. So, back to our topic, however, there's clearly a period of time that begins with Paul, extends on later, where the synagogue is divided, the synagogue is put down, the church is clearly ascended. Some would say that Paul advanced a kind of replacement theory. There are passages in his writings that suggest that might not be totally accurate, but at any rate, this is the general trend that will be evinced over the next 200 years. Now, the Jewish community is not standing still while all this happens. There is a reaction from the Jewish world as well. One might suggest we don't know which is the action and which is the reaction. Perhaps they happen around the same time. But this particular text, so-called blessing of the heretic, appears probably around the end of the first century. Its creation is described in the Talmud in Tractate Brachot, page 28, which a person named Shmuel HaKatan, Samuel the Lesser, is given the task of creating a passage in the liturgy, the mandatory central part of the liturgy called the Amidah, or the blessing, that is designed somehow to make a clear distinction between Jewish Jews and Jewish Christian. In other words, you have this kind of amorphous period of time in the decades following Jesus' death, which is not clear what a Jew should believe and what a Christian may practice. And so they asked Samuel to create this blessing, which is inserted into the mandatory prayers, and it's not actually a blessing, it's really a curse. Now, there's a significant amount of debate about exactly how this was created, how it was placed in the liturgy, how it was enforced. But if we look at the text itself, it says in English, let there be no hope for informers. Now, that informer is a euphemistic term here for a Jewish Christian, nations beyond the scope of our talk. And may all wickedness perish, may all the enemies of your people be cut off, etc., etc. And the idea is that, as much of the historiography argues, that a person was suspected of being Jewish Christian, being a Jew with Christian beliefs, they would be asked to recite the prayers publicly as part of the prayer service. And when they came to this new passage, it was kind of like a litmus test. If they read it, they would be pronouncing a curse on themselves if they harbored Christian beliefs. On the other hand, if they omitted it, they would be outing themselves as a Christian, and theoretically could be removed not only from the pulpit but from the synagogue. There's some analysis that suggests that the gospel according to John was written by someone who experienced it. And in fact, the gospel is much more filled with invective than the synoptic gospel in reference to the synagogue of Satan and things like that. So this is kind of like a line in the sand that, from the Jewish perspective, marked off an ideological boundary that was not present for the inclusion of this text in the prayer. So we see that this is a family dispute that's gone really sour, and they're separating from both sides. Finally, let us not forget the fact that by the time we get to the early 4th century, Christianity has become so large, so popular, that ultimately becomes the state religion under Constantine, shown here. The famous story behind it, family that were attracted to Christianity as well, but he would have this dream where he would see, or this vision where he would see this cross, and it would say, in Vox Kiss, under this sign will you conquer, and then when he pieced it together that it was attached to Christianity, that's when he converted. That's the original story. But with his conversion and his stamp of approval on Christianity, a once heavily persecuted faith, not only believing gospels by people like Paul, the Pharisee, who was bent on persecuting the church, but also by the Romans, who sent Christians to the gladiatorial games and things like that. This represents a dramatic turning point where once despised religion is now state religion, far more power, and that's actually going to be the status quo in